welcome you to the Tallinn Digital Summit 2024.
Estonia has pushed for digital topics in global politics for more than 15 years. We actively share our experience with partners around the world because we believe digitalization is key to strengthen democracy.
The threats we face are real, they're immediate, and they are evolving.
Estonia has also adapted a plan to be the government in the world that uses the most of the AI.
To become more digital.
We have to discuss the trust and risks involved in using health data.
The only thing that deters people in the war is the prospect that you're gonna lose it.
We will use the technology to have better environment. We will use the technology to have more open, more democratic society.
Good morning and welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all fresh and excited for day 2. There was some applause, but it's okay. You can do it again at the end when I finish. I hope you're enjoying Tallinn, that those of you who attended the dinner at Cruise Terminal enjoyed the dinner, but those of you who also went and roamed around the old town, I hope you found the Lord of the Rings bar that we have in Tallinn. Yes, there is a Lord of the Rings bar in Tallinn. If you didn't find it yesterday, you can go tomorrow. It's one bar to rule them all. But thank you everyone who joined us yesterday. We couldn't have done it without you. We had over 900 speakers and guests from more than 25 different nationalities. That is something else. Yesterday, our focus was on resilient and secure tomorrow. We spoke about cybersecurity, we spoke about physical security, and safer digital tomorrow, where we do not lose our human rights just because we log on. One thought that especially resonated with me yesterday was that in the digital solidarity system that we are building, remaining passive is not a neutral stance. It is a risk. I hope you take this idea with you back home. But before this morning, I introduce you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, I still have some organizational remarks for you. Today, we also operate on 4 different stages. So this one is called the black box, but we have 3 more stages for different types of panels and presentations. Today, we have 1 break and 1 networking lunch. This networking lunch is a joint lunch for all. You can find it downstairs. And I have 1 task for each and every one of you. You have to find a new friend, and then you have to report back to me who is your new friend. And yesterday, we were trending on X, or as I still call it, Twitter. So please make us trending today again. Please use the hashtag TDS2024. And for now, without any further introductions, please invite to the stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, Mr. Margus Tsahkna.
Good morning, everybody. I have a good news that as normally politicians, they are promising something, or Prime Minister promised yesterday evening during the dinner, the 7 centimeters snow. It's not there. But the good thing that our Prime Minister is keeping his promises, and the snow will be here. So I'm really happy to be here in a warm room together with you, discussing very important topics. And I wish you fruitful discussions, but also please take it seriously. As Sandra said right now, you need to find at least one new friend. And report that, because we always do report in Estonia. But dear friends, it has been 1,001 days and 1,001 nights. But regrettably, this is no the famous fairy tale. For many Ukrainians, it's been 1,001 nights in the trenches, on top of the 8 years of war before. Too many nights for children and adults in bomb shelters. Too many days and nights spent worrying about their loved ones. Will I ever see my child, wife, or husband again? This is the question already like 4,000 days. Our response to the aggression is, we have to keep supporting Ukraine. Our principle and our aims remain the same. Russia must leave Ukraine. Ukraine has to be able to fully restore its sovereignty and territorial integrity in internationally recognized borders. Russia must compensate Ukraine for the damage caused, and those responsible for the war crimes need to be brought to justice. Do not get me wrong. I am for peace. Every single Ukrainian is for peace, but not the kind of peace that some of the most vocal peacemakers are advocating. You cannot have peace at the expense of giving away the territories and condemning to live in a part of the population under this cruel occupation forever. You cannot have sustainable peace by taking away the hope of Ukrainians for a better future. A future as a member state of European Union, as a member state of NATO. Every nation must have the right to decide where they belong. We can all learn from the resilience of Ukrainian people. In the middle of the war, the society adopted open source technology and public-private innovation. Often, they have used that is available to them, from military technology to digital communications. This cooperation has set a new standard, how to build up and protect a digital state in the middle of aggressive war. It can be said that technology always works in several directions. As it develops, both opportunities and threats grow. Technology, including the use of AI, can expand and change our possibilities. Remember the recent elections in Moldova. We also saw how to manipulate today's information society with technological weapons. This awareness and resilience cannot be achieved alone and in isolation. We can't hide and let evil forces shape our common world. Estonia, as a small country, understands it as an existential matter. Never alone again has been a guiding principle for our policy ever since restoring our independence. Fortunately, we have friends and allies who stand for the same values, freedoms, and rules that we hold dear. Cooperation with them is ever more important in a world that has to deal with the challenges of wars and climate change, as well as the threats and opportunities of rapidly advancing technology. One field where Estonia is among world leaders is cybersecurity. It is the basis of our resilience. In Ukraine, resilience is the key to the future. I am sure that there will be many books and research papers written on how Ukraine has maintained its digital resilience and continued to develop its digital service throughout the war. Our focus on cybersecurity is why Estonia is one of the founders of the Tallinn mechanism. It is a platform to coordinate cybersecurity assistance to Ukraine. The core mission is to combine the requirements for assistance with donor opportunities. Here, the 11 major donor states not only help Ukraine now in wartime, but plan also for the times beyond when our main focus goes to reconstruction. Let me stress 3 main issues here. First, the war has shown how big role the cybersecurity plays in modern warfare, and by this it shows how we need to prepare for the future. Second, the Ukrainian government has greatly shaped their role in it by establishing its dedication and dedicated internal working group led by the Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov to screen all the requirements and presenting these in prioritized order. Third, we recognize the major role of the private sector in managing the cybersecurity, and we are dedicated to working out the best ways to interact with it. This is exactly Estonian experience more than 20 years. We have developed all our digital systems and also cybersecurity together with the private sector experiences, and we trust them. Digital and cyber resilience is also directly linked to the issue of connectivity. Connectivity lies at the heart of our resilience, adaptation efforts, prosperity and security. In December 2021, the European Commission proposed a global gateway strategy as a foreign policy tool to build mutually beneficial partnership. From Estonian side, we are happy to see this shift in understanding that the European offer must be comprehensive to global partners. In addition to infrastructure, we need to focus on standard and policy setting, education, and skills development. Also, we must have a clear will in our words and actions to understand our global partners, their interests and challenges. We will have a panel discussion on a global gateway shortly, where I hope to refer the project that Estonia submitted for the next year's flagship projects list. These are the examples of how the broader European Union offer could look like from our perspective. And finally, once we have the skills, supportive environment and security, we need the freedom for independent minds to make innovation happen. Estonia is a strong advocate for internet freedom, and we lead by example. In 2024, Estonia ranks second in the world in internet freedom. In 2025, we will proudly, for the second time, chair the Freedom Online Coalition. This is the group of 38 countries devoted to protect human rights online. We all know that internet only works when it is open, free, and secure. As I always say, digital society are not built only on technology. They are built on values. Without these values, there can be no functional e-government. There can be no true progress. Here, in Estonia, this understanding has guided us throughout our independence. Governments may change, but this mindset does not. We also understand that freedom of speech is directly tied to free media, and as a founding member and current co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition, Estonia is committed to protecting human rights and freedom of expression, both online and offline. Dear friends, unfortunately, the threats and opportunities around us are growing, but I have no doubts that freedom will prevail. Based on the Estonian experience, I could not think otherwise. We have the freedom to create, the freedom to discuss, and the opportunity to compete in a free market. Our citizens, young and old, creators, investors, entrepreneurs, students, and families can feel secure in this environment. In this spirit, I wish you many inspiring discussions on the second day of the Digital Summit. And I do hope that by the time you leave Tallinn, you will have plenty of exciting new ideas and are full of energy to secure our digital tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. As you said, 1,001 days is 1,001 days too many. And as I said earlier, we cannot remain passive, even if we are all for peace in Ukraine. Remaining passive does not do it. Now for our second keynote of the day, from the worldwide public sector CTO at Microsoft, who from the private sector side can elaborate on how can technology contribute to our resilience. I invite to the stage Mr. Greg Wilson, worldwide public sector CTO at Microsoft.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here to speak on behalf of Microsoft in Tallinn. And I heard what was said about friends and making new friends. I'd like to think that Microsoft is an old and trusted friend of Estonia, so I'm delighted to be back and discuss what we do. So what I'm intending to discuss really is how we've seen the cyber threat landscape develop over the last year, particularly as we've seen a lot of AI introduced into the digital domain. And really, the cyber threat landscape has continued to be more complex and dangerous, which has really reinforced the need to harden our digital domains, protect our networks, protect our data, but equally, as you'll begin to hear, protect our people at all levels. Because attacks are taking place at breathtaking speeds. The agility and speed of technology development that we've seen, particularly with the introduction of generative AI, has meant also that the attacks that we've been facing and the need for the defenders and the pace of change for the defenders is equally as fast. Just alone in the United States, last year, 389 healthcare institutions were subject to successful ransomware attacks. We've seen influences also on elections and how people are trying to interfere with them. And really the big change we've seen this year is a convergence. The convergence of nation-state attacks with cybercrime and how they're beginning to use hackathons and state-sponsored capabilities even more and more to be going forward. Because what we see is this complex, challenging, and increasingly dangerous development in cyberspace that requires, as we go forward at the frontier of an AI-empowered world, how do we leverage AI more efficiently in this tug of war between the attacker and the defender? We face a series of challenges. For Microsoft in itself, with our customers, we're seeing and defending against around 600 million attacks every day as we go forward. And how do we meet the challenge and focus from committing from users to executive level? How do you think about that security culture? How are we developing? And also, how we discuss with our governments around the world that we're dealing with, what about the consequences? Because it's not just about dealing with it from a defender and a technical perspective. What are the consequences that we can deal with to take forward? Because actually, for us, it's all hands on deck. Even as Microsoft, we've come under attacks as well. And therefore, how do we approach and keep developing and going forward? And we've developed things called the Secure Future Initiative, where actually everything is secure by design, secure by default, and secure operations. And it's the last one that's been fairly substantial changes. How do we ensure these operations are changes that are day-to-day business for us and our customers going forward? Because as our CEO says, it's a consequential time, and we need to get it right. But Microsoft is in an advantage of being quite a unique advantage point to be able to take things forward. And an increase of about 13% in the signals that we've been dealing with across our networks last year. 78 trillion signals a day being dealt with. That needs AI and ML capabilities to be able to analyze from endpoints, tech partner systems with sophisticated AI tools to be able to see and try and spot where we're going. Over 1,500 unique groups are facing off. Around 600 of those are from state-nation attackers. 300 cybercrime, but also growing more and more, 200 in the influence space. How about propaganda campaigns, how they're trying to produce false news going forward, and then a series of others as well. And it's really that state-nation activity, as you see forward, is going around the emerging threat areas. and the specific areas of everything from supply chains all the way to how we deal with addressing faults in technical debt. And really that becomes the access point where some people have not guarded all their systems, and how do people find their way going forward and trying to break in. And you can see from Microsoft's approach some of the stuff that we've had to do in the middle purple box about how do we create incident responses in light of a new AI world. And to do that, Microsoft has invested a lot to increase the number of security. If you had seen this presentation last year talking about our positioning, we would have said 10,000. We now have 34,000 full-time employees focused on security. Such is the importance and the priority that we place on it. And it is Microsoft's #1 priority going forward. But what are we seeing? Actually, state-nation threats activities are increasing as you go forward. And we're seeing this more and more, and particularly in the education, research, and under that, I would also say, in the non-profit organizations. We're seeing the threats and the attacks happening there. And really, when you look at it from the education side, what we're also seeing is invariably, that's where people are testing their capabilities in that environment before they deploy them elsewhere. So it may not be specifically just targeting for the education sector, but how do they test the tools and the capabilities they have to then follow them on attacks on governments and other parts of the commercial sector going forward. And when you look at it, for really where we end up in the Station 8 activity, I appreciate it's maybe a bit small there, but if you look at the United States on the left-hand side and the number of attacks they're facing, and then Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, obviously with the geopolitics and the conflicts around the world, you can see why those are quite large. But in comparison, the scale of those attacks compared to the US is speaking of its own importance of how they need to address them in those specific countries. And whilst it tails off in the other areas of the other countries, there's still significant attacks there. And therefore, from what we're seeing from our data, there is some amount of attacks and the reinforcement for everybody's responsibility, not just those in conflicts going forward. But in those attacks also, I go back to the point that actually we're seeing a lot on the influence campaigns and how people are thinking about trying to shape, be it elections or people's opinions, or particularly in the conflicts that are going on, again, more how do they try and shape the influence that they have in those campaigns. And Microsoft is delighted to be supporting Ukraine in its conflict and helping them with their cybersecurity efforts. And if you haven't heard that story, maybe it's one you speak to our local teams about, because we would be delighted to tell you how we've helped and what the lessons that can be learned from that. But yet again, the biggest trend and insights we're seeing is against ransomware. Year-on-year growth, 2.75 times year-on-year is the increase in ransomware attacks that we've seen. And these are human-generated capabilities going forward. But what we have seen is in the last 2 years, a decrease of 3 times how much they've been successful. And therefore, where people have been able to do automated attack disruption, then actually that's had a successful impact against what's been posed by ransomware. However, they are still getting through. And 92% of those attacks that happen are generally because there's been some sort of unmanaged system. And therefore, when people think about zero trust architecture, are you actually enrolling a capability or an endpoint onto the system, or are you blocking it? And if you're not, or you don't know where they all are, that is where we're seeing ransomware attacks coming through and the successful ones of them. But as I said, a big decrease in the amount of attacks that are now being successful because of the architectural posture that people are changing and how they're managing their devices and their identity through multi-factor authentication as well as we go forward. So what happens now? If they're not doing it that way, well, as we go for multi-factor authentication, zero trust architectures, then actually the attacks that we're seeing are through identity. And this is where the biggest sophistication is done. No longer really is it password-only attacks. With multi-factor authentication, then actually a lot of people are being able to block this capability going forward. But what we are seeing, that when they think about the identity capabilities, is actually they're trying to get in through legitimate means. So they're using AI and generative AI to think about how they can get people's identity. how they can maybe tease them into giving some of the information over, and then trying to take a device and authorize it against somebody's identity. So how can you do what we call SIM swapping and get that device done? So they're attacking the infrastructure, they're attacking, bypassing how we think about authentication, and also going in at the application level. And by taking that over, then actually what they're trying to do is then represent themselves and create what we call adversary in the middle, particularly phishing. And what we've seen in adversary in the middle phishing capabilities, an increase this year of 146%. That's why training and the people and protecting the people in education is a priority that we put on board to go forward. Because actually, if we don't think about it, then actually what's happening is really, in some cases, what we've seen is people aren't doing the right controls in place. They're not thinking about how they deal with particularly the application layer, and therefore, when we're dealing with it, how are they discussing their privileges as well? So not only is it multi-factor authentication, but also if they do get into the identity, how do you think about reducing what access they have through a zero trust architecture approach as we go forward? And we've also seen through our security exposure management team, how do we think differently? Yeah? How do we think of how AI is going to be used? Yeah? And the visibility, instead of thinking about this in silos now, is very much about how we think about it in potential attack paths. What is the route they're using to get in? How can they move across? And therefore, what is required to be able to look at, and how do you monitor your systems? And as you can see, it's quite low. You know, only 10% of attack paths have 3 steps or less. Many of them have a lot more. And therefore, as we go forward, what we're seeing in the governments and industries is the need to have that single pane of glass, end-to-end. The ability to monitor your networks going forward. How do we think about critical asset protection? How do we think about attack path management? And where do we go in the terms of end-to-end visibility to reduce their access and go forward? This has changed a lot of postures in many countries as we go forward in how they think about their applications. And many people were going for lots of applications, maybe up to 80 or so applications in security, but not actually working out where the overlaps and gaps were. And therefore, very much introducing a single pane of glass, or how do you do an integrated security approach end-to-end is where we're going. And that approach has also seen an increase in value of return of investment to get more security without paying as much for maybe some of the applications going forward. So we've seen a big change as people look at how they do their SOCs and also their NOCs going forward. Because it is changing, and AI in the hands of the attackers is changing things. When you look at just these 2 examples, yeah, generative AI being used to do better search, better research into people, to make sure that spear phishing to get those identities or whale phishing for high priority targets is how do they address them and go forward. We're seeing a lot more of that dedicated targeting attacks against people going forward. But I think when you look to the future and some of the emerging ones, yeah, how AI is being used as a force multiplier by some of the agents that we face, is when you look at what they're trying to do with things like resume swarming. How do they get maybe an insider into an organization by writing using AI to write the CV response and help people get into a position? Or swarm with a lot of credibility to block the decision process and slow people down in hiring, etc., going forward. We're seeing that more and more, equally how they're asking people to upload things and embed. It just gives you an idea of the change in the market space and what it means for people, particularly in the HR world going forward. But I suppose I would like to really close on, if we're going to deal with this, it is a more dynamic environment. We are seeing increased cybersecurity. We are seeing them demand needed. We are seeing the attackers using AI and trying to get into those vulnerabilities with the focus on identity. But this, as I said at the beginning, will not be solved by tech alone. It requires a combination of geopolitical solutions as well. And deterrence can be done by denying intrusion, but how do you impose consequences? And a lot of the work we're discussing with governments and agencies is how do you impose that consequence. because it requires governments to enforce international roles and impose those deterrent consequences as we go forward, to ensure then that we have responsible AI practices and that people use it for AI as a force for good. Thank you very much for letting me come and speak to you today. It's what Microsoft's seeing through our Secure Future initiative. We're very keen to help, and we continue to our partners to ensure we deliver secure by design, secure by default, and secure operations for all our customers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg. AI in the hands of hackers is changing things. So this means us as governments also need to leverage and use those systems better. Yesterday we spoke extensively about what Greg just said as well, that tech alone cannot solve those problems. And this is why up next we have a ministerial keynote on how we can build sustainable, inclusive, and technologically advanced nations, leveraging tech, but there needs to be this human actor and realization that we need to leverage tech better. So for this keynote, it is my honor to invite on the stage Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, who is the Minister of State at the Minister of Foreign Affairs, United Arab Emirates. Please.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by thanking and commending the efforts of our host country, Estonia, and Prime Minister Kristen Michal for another successful edition of the Tallinn Digital Summit. Estonia has made significant strides in digital technology, and seeing this country come to reality is truly inspiring. At a time when mutual trust and dialogue continue to break down, we welcome efforts to bring together leaders from government, international organizations, academia, and private sector to secure a better tomorrow for our world, nations, societies, and peoples. Most of us here today agree that emerging technologies, most notably artificial intelligence, can be effective tools for providing solutions to common challenges facing the world, whether it be applications of AI in energy to optimize resource management and predict consumption patterns, or healthcare to support diagnostics and personalized patient care. Emerging technologies can help achieve and advance internationally agreed upon development goals. The United Arab Emirates has long recognized the intrinsic value of emerging technologies and innovation. When the UAE's higher policy for science, technology, and innovation was adopted almost a decade ago, the country's former president, the late Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, alongside the country's current vice president and prime minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, set the vision and roadmap for the UAE today and tomorrow. This decision would elevate the role that emerging technologies, scientific research, and innovation would play in creating a technologically advanced nation to ensure a sustainable and inclusive future for our nation and people. Let me now unpack this journey and some of the strides my country has taken to build and position itself as a global, technologically advanced one. Firstly, this vision has guided us to be at the forefront of adopting AI to help develop adaptive and forward-thinking governing bodies, strategies, and policies to manage the creation and integration of new technologies. The appointments of the world's first Minister of AI in 2017, the announcement of the UAE strategy for AI in the same year, and the adoption of the Charter of the Development and the Use of AI earlier this year are just sample of the strides the UAE has made to develop regulatory frameworks that fosters a balanced approach to governance and innovation. Secondly, we have invested in education and training programs to build skilled workforce in cutting-edge technologies while fostering a culture of continuous learning. A lot of this investment has been aimed at the public sector and government officials through initiatives such as the National AI Program, facilitated by the University of Birmingham. These programs are aimed to empower these individuals to design and implement groundbreaking innovations for their organizations as well as the citizens and the residents of the UAE. Thirdly, we have established a strong partnership with leading entities to foster innovation, share best practices, and participate in the global conversation on the governance of advanced technologies. For instance, we are proud of G42's partnership with Microsoft. G42 is an Abu Dhabi-based global AI champion that, together with Microsoft, advances technological innovation and AI infrastructure while driving digital transformation and economic diversification in the UAE and the MENA region. The UAE is one of the world's most diverse places where more than 200 nationalities live in peace and prosperity. Such diversity has proven to be a strength. It has pushed our ability to bring innovative solutions, underpinned by advanced technologies for the progress for the people from different cultures and backgrounds. Additionally, our diverse nation, backed by an agile government, top talent, an integrated ecosystem, and world-class infrastructure, has enabled us to become a global test bed for AI, digital innovations, and inclusive solutions. More importantly, the UAE's diversity has encouraged us to increase the accessibility and relevance of advanced technologies for our people and the world. For this reason, the UAE has made a major investment in developing open source and open access AI models, such as JACE, a 70 billion parameter open source Arabic language model, and Nanda, a Hindi language model, to enable AI-driven solution that supports language, diversity, and the AI ecosystem of emerging economics. Alongside our commitment to ensure equitable access to emerging technology, we have emphasized the need for safety, transparency, and ethics. We must not forget that while technology has proven to be a force for the greater good, it has also enticed polarization, division, and extremism in recent times. Misinformation and disinformation are claiming a higher percentage of the content consumed online daily, disrupting tolerant narratives and dialogue that promotes mutual trust among people and cultures. Conversely, we are also seeing an increased number of tools that can help identify such misinformation, and by focusing on countering such negative impact and promoting the ethical use of technology, we can restore the balance. It is our firm belief that to build sustainable and inclusive and technologically advanced societies, technology needs to be rooted in a humanitarian values and tolerance. At a time when the role of emerging technology will only continue to grow and evolve, we must cultivate a robust ecosystem that encourages creativity and technology advancement. We must also strengthen international cooperation and build partnership to create solutions that address global challenges and build capacity. And lastly, we must develop technology that is accessible, safe, ethical, transparent, and sustainable. We aim to foster collaboration, creating sustainable, inclusive, and forward-thinking societies, paving the way for a brighter future for both our world and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It was very clear what you were saying. We need to invest into education, bridge the skills gaps, and foster inclusion. We can do so in partnerships. Diversity is a strength and pushes for innovative solutions. Open access means better relationships. The next session actually builds on this, what Your Excellency just mentioned, and further examines sustainable and trusted connections that work for the people and work for the planet. And that is a concept known as the Global Gateway. But before we start with the next panel, we actually have a video greeting. And this is from Commissioner for International Partnerships, Jutta Urpilainen.
Dear participants, we are here today to talk about the digital transition, a crucial aspect of our shared future, that holds great promise, but also brings challenges. It is essential to prioritize a human-centric approach, making the benefits of digitalization accessible to all and fostering human rights-centered digital transformations. The Global Gateway strategy is the EU's response to this need. By investing in resilient and secure digital infrastructures, we are bridging the global investment gap and creating opportunities for economic growth, better access to essential services, and a more inclusive digital landscape. Global Gateway can only be successful through effective collaboration with partners. And that's why we work in a Team Europe approach. The D4D Hub, a multi-stakeholder platform, is the key instrument to promote a Team Europe approach for digital transformation. With 16 member states, private sector partners, civil society organizations and academia on board, we are accelerating digital investments reflecting EU values. We are also leveraging the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus to encourage investments in riskier contexts. Our focus is on scaling up Global Gateway, prioritizing implementation and tangible results on the ground. Before concluding, let me highlight a few initiatives that demonstrate our Team Europe commitment and impact. The Mauritania submarine cable connection mobilizes EU technology and private sector expertise to develop secure connectivity. The EU Latin America and the Caribbean Digital Alliance extends the transatlantic submarine cable BELA and support for joint ventures on innovation benefiting citizens and businesses in partner countries. In Central Asia, the Team Europe initiative on digital connectivity is expanding secure connectivity and addressing the digital divide. Let's continue working together to ensure the benefits of digitalization to all and for secure, resilient and inclusive digital landscape. Thank you.
So the next session examines how Europe can strengthen the global outreach through value-based partnerships, addressing challenges like the digital infrastructure, connectivity, as well as climate change. Global Gateway, that is one of the topics in the next panel, has been a recurring theme actually at the Tallinn Digital Summit. And I have an honor and a special remark before I invite the next panels to the stage. So yesterday was International Men's Day. And this is why we had a panel of only 5 women yesterday in honor of the Global International Men's Day. But we take gender equality and diversity very seriously at this conference. So today we will have a panel consisting only of 5 men. And now let me introduce them to the stage. We will have Margus Tahkna, Mario Augusto de Silva Oliveira, David Ringrose, Jacek Kubas, René Sommer, and this panel will be moderated by Benedikt Erfurt, who is the project lead and senior researcher at the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. Please.
Okay, good morning everyone, a very warm welcome to this next panel on the Global Gateway Initiative. And the set has been framed by the Commissioner's message, but also by the introductory remarks of the Foreign Minister. And what we are going to discuss now in the next 45 minutes is basically an initiative, to all those of you who may have not heard of it, that was launched in 2021 by the European Commission. And it's a large-scale infrastructure and investment initiative that is aimed to mobilize up to 300 billion in investments up until 2027. The interesting part of it is 150 billion of these investments are supposed to be mobilized in the African region. And the moment this initiative was launched, it was lauded by many and criticized by others. So what we are going to do today with this very eclectic panel that I have the honor to introduce to you in a second is to juxtapose different perspectives and perceptions of the initiative in order to get a better grip and a better understanding of where we stand and where we go. So it is my great honor to introduce this panel of esteemed experts. We have the Foreign Minister of Estonia with us, Markus Sagner, who already had the keynote, and he's going to represent a EU member state perspective, but not only any EU member state's perspective, but arguably the digitally most advanced European member state. So we're very curious to hear your points of view. Then next to the Foreign Minister, we have the Minister for Telecommunication, Information Technologies and Social Communication of Angola, Mr. Mario Augusto da Silva Oliveira. And in your capacity as Minister in Angola, you will obviously share your perception as one of the potential partners of Global Gateway. What works, what does not work, how is this project or this initiative perceived in a partner country. A very warm welcome to you. We have with us David Ringrose. He is representing the EU institutions. He is head of digital at the European director of the European External Action Service, and he has a long-standing career in digital cooperation, also involved in the D4D, Digital for Development Hub, and he will give us the EU institutional perspective. And we have already mentioned 300 billion to be mobilized, so we need to also speak with development finance institutions, with finance institutions. And we have here a representative of a big lender of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Very warm welcome to you, Czesek Kubas, with also extensive experience in private sector reform. So we will see what a bank representative has to say to Global Gateway. And last but certainly not least, the private sector is with us, with René Sommer at Ericsson, and we are very curious to learn your perspective. What is missing? What is there? What needs to be done with regards for Global Gateway to become more effective? And now, without further ado, let me ask you the first question, Mr. Foreign Minister. As I said, as one of the digitally most advanced nations in the EU, how does Estonia leverage its expertise in cybersecurity, in digital products, in order to make Global Gateway work?
Thank you for this opportunity to participate here. And I didn't know actually that yesterday we had a Men's Day. I couldn't, International Men's Day. Couldn't have a day off. Now we have a full manpower here. Yes, we have this experience about more than 20 years to digitalize our society, and we have 99% of our public services online, except marriage. We have decided that at least the marriage should be something that people meet at least once physically, but it needs as well the protection. So we have tools about the cybersecurity. But the Global Gateway is a tool which is brilliant, and it was introduced 21. I'm actually coming from Africa. I was in a visit to South African Republic, but also I was before that in Latin America, in Argentina, Colombia, Chile. And Estonia is very active in Africa. We have several partner governments and countries supported by the Team Europe to support and share the experiences about how to digitalize the public sector, how to do it together with the private sector, because there is one thing what we have is the cooperation and development processes with the private sector. We have done most of our developments with them, and only innovation can come together with them. But what can I see is the Global Gateway opportunities. There was the amount of money, like 300 billion euros. It is something we can do. But also, I'm criticizing a bit as well, and I do hope that the new Commission is overlooking and overviewing that we are in a position that the Global Gateway should not be only about the big and strategic infrastructure projects, but also it needs to bring in the countries like Estonia as a smaller countries more actively, because we are not able, together with the private sector, to create this kind of like the global projects maybe. But our experiences together with this MSAs is really useful. So I see this opportunity as well. We have this experience about the flagship list projects in Ukraine. It's not in Africa right now, but it's about how can we rebuild the systems of kindergartens and education. And it's not investing only to infrastructure and buildings. It's about training teachers. It's about digitalization. It's about e-solutions. It's about the whole structure. So from our perspective, Global Gateway is something that can tie together the values from European side, democracy, transparency, all that, but be also very practical. But we need to change it more flexible about the medium-sized enterprises, but also not so strategically big countries, but all the member states who has the special skills. And the most important is that we are not coming somewhere to say what one or the other country must do, but we are offering the partnership. This is totally different offer from European Union side than maybe it was from the past when we're coming in as, helping to develop something. No, we are offering the partnership, strategic partnership for a long, long time, making changes, but also offering this value-based security that we are a reliable partner for a very, very long time.
Yeah, thank you very much for this pledge for hands-on expertise, for the diversity that we can see within the European Union, including small member states is another point I took with me, but also acknowledging the needs of partner countries. And you mentioned Africa 5 times. So let me turn to the Minister. Angola is one of the countries that is very much engaged in fostering its connectivity, advancing digital infrastructure, but also streamlining its regulation. So my question to you would be, where do you see an initiative like Global Gateway fit into your national development and ICT development efforts?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Estonian government for this invitation to be here, part of this summit. We in Angola, we are focused in the infrastructure, as you said, because we believe that with a strong infrastructures, we can reach and we can provide good service to our people, our citizens. And also, Angola is fully open for a strong partnership that governs its digital acceleration and truly become a digital economy that is available for our citizens. We see with great interest good partnership with the Global Gateway, especially in investments in the training and in programs that provide the increase of the digital literacy in country. We open to a strong advantage partnership that brings real benefits to our economy, to our development, of which I highlights the issue of training. That is one of our priority. We believe that with the training of our people, we are also a young country. We have a young population, and our population is waiting for development a real digital economy in Angola. And the Global Gateway can be and must be an important partnership. We are waiting, for example, to install in Angola a cybersecurity academy. We are looking for someone that work with us for AI academy, because these two, this one, of course, will help our economy. And if we are focused and experience of Estonia. Estonia has a good experience in this because Estonia started in a lower level and now is in top level of Europe, of world. And we are working with Estonia government to reach this goal, to be 99% of digital, apart of the...
Not marriage.
Not marriage. Yes, and it is the focus that we are looking for. Digitalization, training, our economy. Because in terms of the infrastructure, we have a space program. We launched 2 years ago as telecommunication satellite. We are now working national broadband by fiber to cover all the country. We have connection with all the countries in the border, DRC, Namibia, Zambia, and we can be the engine of SADC region to promote the digitalization of all the region around our country. This is our focus.
Yeah. Thank you very much for providing us with this comprehensive picture of Angola's ICT avenue. And one point I want to pick up is basically the point on skills and training of the young population. And let me turn to you, David, because the European Union and also the European External Action Service are committed to advance a connectivity project that is not only focusing on infrastructure per se, but comes with a whole set of principles, values, and norms. And part of it is obviously ownership of partners, and another part is this human-centric approach. So my question to you is, how do you unite those two dimensions of hard interests and values, and what is the EU doing in order to advance this double agenda, basically?
Thanks very much. Thanks for the possibility to talk today. I think it's a very good opportunity to highlight the role of Estonia on the Global Gateway in two ways. I think, firstly, the D4D hub that Commissioner Urpilainen mentioned was set up originally by Estonia, together with another EU member state. And I think trusted connectivity was a priority theme of the Tallinn Digital Summit in September 2021. And when the Global Gateway Strategy came out 2 months later, trusted connectivity was at the heart of the Global Gateway Strategy. And I think the ES have been happy to try to promote that. In answer to your question, I think we've tended to highlight a lot the infrastructure. I think it's very visible. It makes it clear what the Global Gateway is. It makes it clear that we're moving from a donor-beneficiary relationship to investment relationship, which is what a lot of our partners are looking for. And so we have a lot of this digital infrastructure. The Bella cable was mentioned, the Medusa cable across the Mediterranean. Now we're looking at the Blue Ramen cable. We're looking at the Euro-Africa cable so that we can have triangular connectivity between Africa, Latin America, and Europe, and so on. So there's certainly a lot of infrastructure involved. But I think if we look at Africa, what we're trying to do as well is to build the kind of packages that respond to the issues you've been talking about. How do we combine infrastructure with standards, values, and so on? The bigger projects together with the ones that require perhaps a little bit more smaller, more niche projects, and so on. And I'll give a couple of examples. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, we have a digital economy package that is looking to invest in fiber optics in backbone infrastructure, but also looking at combining that with energy, because we see far greater linkages between digital connectivity and the energy challenges associated with that, so investing in solar power for 5G towers and things like that, but also looking at supporting the National Cybersecurity Organization in the DRC, and also looking at how we can provide support to farmers for digitizing their services and so on. I think the first significant digital economy package was in Nigeria, where we're also trying to combine investment in cable and data centers together with digitizing the administration. I'm not sure what the status of the marriage situation is in Nigeria, but I'm sure it'll remain successfully analog for a long time. But also looking at supporting tech startups, skills development, particularly for women in Nigeria as a key element of that, and working with the government on the regulatory frameworks. So I think there we're trying to see how we can combine both the infrastructure and the skills, the administration, and so on. And then a couple of larger projects. The data policy in Africa, we see, for example, one of our, shall we say, competitors in Africa encouraging individual countries to locate all data on their own territory. In our experience in the European Union, opening up data within Europe. Creating a big data market has been very positive, and we think this is probably something that's also going to be positive in Africa. So we're working with the African Union, with the regional economic communities and individual countries in a Team Europe initiative to try to see how we can support the African Union's data policy framework, to see data as part of the African continental free trade area in order to build up the digital economy. And then finally, I think also we have a partnership with regulators, because of course telecom regulators are a key vector of policy and of the standards that you talked about and so on. So we're trying to see how we can work with the digital regulators in Africa as well to benefit from the experience that we have on all of the regulatory issues. So I think you're right, infrastructure has been very visible, but there's also an increasing amount of work to see how we can link that with all of the enabling framework that will boost the digital economy in Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much for answering this question. Also introducing this large and wide-ranging portfolio. It also includes, for instance, the twin transition. But when I listen to you, the question of like where does the money come from immediately comes to my mind, and this is how when I turn to you, Zdeněk, the EBRD is basically very active in the digital realm when it comes to its operations. So my question to you would be, how do you align your operations with the Global Gateway Initiative, and what has changed since 2021?
Great. Good morning, everyone. Real pleasure to be here. For us at EBRD, connectivity is at the core of what it is that we are doing. In the last 5 years, we invested over 23 billion euro in 600 projects that had connectivity element, and digital connectivity is part of that. And working together with European Union in terms of the Global Gateway and EFSD plus guarantees that our projects can benefit from and crowd in other private sector investors too has been really a great opportunity for the bank and for the countries where we invest. In terms of maybe more practical elements, where we really are bringing a lot of added value in terms of EU Global Gateways, that it's not only about the investments that we are providing, but also the advisory work that we can provide to the government in order to prepare that investments and work together on the changes to the policy. And the example of that is actually our joint project in Tunisia, where we spent a couple of years working with actually Estonian consultancy companies, because Estonia has been so great in terms of e-government, and being able to bring that expertise to Tunisia, to work with the ministry there, to then prepare an investment and be able to provide financing that will benefit from EFSD plus guarantee and really bring those opportunities that are coming from the European Union and Global Gateway itself. It's fantastic and really fits into all of the strengths that development organizations have, like EBRD, and we of course don't work alone. We partner with other development banks in order to deliver, because the opportunities and needs are really vast. For those that maybe don't know us too well, so we are a development bank. We operate in over 38 economies, also investing here in the Baltics, and we've been around the block for quite a while, over 30 years. But what is really exciting, where I see another opportunity for us to do more in terms of global gateway, is our expansion to sub-Saharan Africa. So we are just now opening our offices in 6 countries in SSA, so in Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana. So that will be a huge need for connectivity investments. If you think about Africa, it has less data centers in the whole continent than the city of Paris has. So there are big infrastructure needs that need to, very nicely said, combine that twin transition, right? To think about green technology that really is helping to also mitigate or not impact in a negative way climate. For us, I think the other element on the, not only on the investment side, is really looking into three kind of sides. One is the connectivity, so how can we make sure we can roll out more broadband, invest in 5G, telcos, and within that spirit of EU Global Gateway, but not to forget about skills. And I think that's really crucial. I'm sure later during the day you guys will have panel focusing on that. So people in countries and businesses can really take advantage of all that what technology has to offer to them, and then not to forget in terms of cybersecurity elements. So make sure that what we do in terms of the investments, we are providing it for really secure connectivity, which as CTO of Microsoft just mentioned, the attacks are increasing, and we see it in our countries post the war in Ukraine. The attacks in some of the neighboring countries increased by 600%, and that is impacting our clients. So we also have to factor that in all of our telco and digital connectivity investment. And then maybe finally, digital, you may think why the development bank is really interested in that field. And it is really important because we see how much digital is growing in terms of contributing to the economy, the labor market. You know, we see that position of digital as a part of the source of labor and income is extremely growing. So it is a fantastic opportunity for us to really leverage all what we can offer, which is not only an investment and being able to bring more investors to the table, but also providing the advisory work to our clients, bringing state-of-the-art consultants that can deliver, and work with the governments to create policies that come into place. So supporting and using opportunities that we have with EU Global Gateway, like I mentioned in Tunisia, or we had another cable investment in Azerbaijan together, we can bring all of that to the table, plus the private sector money, and amplify what is happening and what the EU has in terms of their plans.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing these insights. And if I just may take you on the private sector money, but also the huge infrastructure needs you hinted towards. It's not going to work without the private sector. And this is when I turn to you, René, in terms of like at Ericsson, how do you see your role in supporting the Global Gateway Initiative? What are the challenges, but also the opportunities in these public-private partnerships when it comes to establishing secure, trustworthy, and sustainable digital infrastructure?
Well, thank you very much for inviting Ericsson here, and there were actually many questions. In that questions, I heard role, opportunity, security, and trust, and sustainability. So if I start with the role perspective, just for those who are not aware, then Ericsson is a technology creator that designs, develops, configures, builds, and operates mobile networks around the world. Outside China, 50% of mobile data traffic goes through Ericsson systems. And we are present in more than 180 countries. So I think from a role perspective, the message is we are there, and we have a lot to contribute with. If I start with the opportunity, I think it is good to remind also some out there that Ericsson actually is the technology 5G leader in the world. 4 consecutive years, Ericsson has been assessed by independent analysts to be the technology leader. So of course, the opportunity here is that we can offer globally technology-leading solutions. So Europe can offer something from a strength position, not from a weakness position. I think also it's to be important to also explain that when we talk about connectivity, people think of cable or maybe signals, but 5G, true 5G, is an open global innovation platform that creates the possibility not only to connect citizens through fixed wireless access or mobile broadband, that's what mostly people think about 5G, but also to connect harbors, mines, trains, logistical systems, manufacturing, agriculture. This is why we call this as an open global innovation platform. Just a reference point, going back before some of the Gs, before 5G, when it comes to mobile communication and the scale and the diffusion of technology, there are today more people in the world using mobile phones than there are people using toothbrushes. That's how far we have come when it comes to mobile industry. On the security side, I think what I would like to mention, not only is 5G the most secure G ever compared to previous generations, but also Ericsson has long-standing experience in securing mobile networks, and listening to what the previous speaker said about securing operations and so on. Ericsson has, for over decades, developed something which is called a holistic security approach that builds on ensuring security from standardization, from the vendor design, development, and product implementation process, how you configure the networks, and how you operate them securely. Last year, OECD issued a paper on securing in critical infrastructure, and we're very pleased to see that the recommendation to governments from OECD when it comes to build a holistic security approach is built on this Ericsson framework. So please have a look, and if you want to know more, we are happy to give you more advice. On trusted connectivity, I heard being mentioned that several times. Well, I think the first good news is that there are more than 20 countries that have assessed suppliers for trust. And every time this has happened, Ericsson has been deemed to be a trusted supplier. This is not always the case with some of our competitors, but it is the case with Ericsson. So we are definitely offering you a trusted solution, which means that you can also be rely on what has been said before by other speakers. We are here for the long term, and we come with values and with benefits. On sustainability, before finishing off, again, it's a pleasure to mention again, independent analysts, in this case ABI, has assessed all the suppliers in this ecosystem, and again, Ericsson came on top as the most sustainable supplier, both when it comes its own supply chain and the products, the energy efficiency that we have in our products. So it is also a good choice to choose European here, because you will not only get technology leadership, but also sustainability, security, and trust in one package.
Yeah. Thank you very much for outlining Ericsson's offer. And when we take the toothbrush example, it tells us a lot about 5G, but it also tells us something about public health, I think, which is more worrisome. But the point I want to take up is like, this is this really hands-on operationalization experience that you shared and that the Foreign Minister pointed towards earlier. So we had now a first round where we basically focused on the upsides of Global Gateway, as far as I understood. Let us use the remaining time for being a bit more critical. And my first question would then again go to you, Markus, in the sense that we are 3 years in, and there was lots of criticism about what works in Global Gateway, what it is it new money, is it just old existing money being repurposed, and so on and so forth. So maybe you can share very briefly with us, what is your take on what does work when it comes to Global Gateway, and where may we need basically to alter the whole project?
You know, I'm not an expert about like all these 3 years of specific things, but the decision why European Union decided to create the Global Gateway is as well about the question not only supporting and helping these countries and partners which we have, which we potentially will have, but also it's a question about the position of EU and European countries globally. So I'm very frank. What I'm expecting is more visibility. It's more spreading these values we are standing for. Actually, we all talk about like democracy, we talk about transparency, we talk about all these rights and freedoms we all believe in. But as a foreign minister, and you see right now how the world is changing. It's going to be more divided than ever before in the 21st century, where technology, connectivity plays a strategic role for different nations, countries, and I can say even like the different parts of the world. And this kind of strategic investment project as Global Gateway is, it's not carrying only the interest about economical interest and cooperation and development. It is carrying as well the interest of cooperation. So, very frankly said, strategic investments they're weaponized today as well. They are politicized as well. And if you are traveling our partner countries in Africa or in Latin America, Central America, globally, you can see the heavy competition. You can see China, you can see many other countries, but the question is, what is the price of these investments politically, if you understand me? If you will have a strategic investments from one or the other big player, that is always the price, what will be asked. And what I want to say is that as well to our partners, that EU and Global Gateway with these 3 100 billion euros, and cooperation with these companies like Ericsson and many others who are following all these values, actually, what we are standing for, what we have agreed, it gives a long-standing, solid partnership. It gives a long-standing, solid, these value-based investments and also development, what we have, and also we can learn from these partners. So I was in Latin America, and I think that these many countries are looking for the EU cooperation, and Global Gateway is a brilliant tool for that, and also different countries in Africa. And these countries are all different countries. I mean that I can say from Estonian perspective, we are a small country somewhere in the north, and sometimes people thinking that Africa is one, Latin America is one. No, there are many different nations, countries, they have different goals, different values. And we need to understand that we need to bring all the medium-sized enterprises, medium-sized, smaller countries from Europe on board, but also we need to understand and offer and explain more visibly to our partners that we are actually, based on these values, long-term partners, that our price, our ticket together with investments, we are not asking anything back, that you need to do something that you don't like in the future. And this is strategically very, very important. We offer the how to say, the same level, how to say that, it's a partnership. It's not just we would like to come in and ask just something back. And this is something that we need to think about if we see all these atrocities. It's a Russian aggression to Ukraine, but not only. It's about China, it's about North Korea in Europe, it's about Middle East, it's about all these kind of conflicts. But that is the battle for interest and values at the same time. So the Global Gateway is a tool to follow these goals.
Yeah. Thank you again for stressing this notion of partnership, but let me follow up on two other points. This is visibility and global competition in an ever more fragmented world. And Mario, can I turn to you with these two questions in a sense? Like, how visible is Global Gateway currently in Angola among policymakers, tech entrepreneurs, or the broader public, if at all? And the second question would then lead towards this competition element. How does it fit in with other offers that the country receives, and how do you navigate these different offers?
In fact, the minister said an important thing: do things. Global Gateway now in Angola is only present to send vaccines. But in terms of digital environment, nobody knows. Because, you know why? Because Global Gateway, up to date, did, in terms of technological point of view, did nothing for us. And in our point of view, it's time to change it. We're now fully open to collaborate with you, good partnership, because the world will be better if we reach the same level. If we continue in the situation that we are now, poor country and rich country, of course, the world will not be a good place and a safe place to live. And we are waiting for other countries of the world to help the African countries, to help Angola to reach this goal. It's why we are here in this summit, and also to tell all of you that now Angola is an open country. We are waiting for a good partnership to help us and to develop our country. And as I said in the beginning, it is important the schools, the training academy, because you can get technology all over the world, but if you don't have Angolans youth that deal with this technology, we are doing nothing. Okay? Now, for example, in Angola, we don't have Angolan expertise in cybersecurity. We are looking for a partnership, for academy. When we have some attack, we wait for someone from Europe or from the USA to help us to solve the problems. And Global, it is in a good position to help us to work in it, to solve this kind to solve this kind of issues. Please come to Angola, work with us. We are fully open to deal with you in good partnership. It is our focus now. We are investing a lot in the infrastructures, but it's time now to invest in academy, in training people with old countries. And the minister said, I will repeat important point, doing things. Not only these kind of summits, not only this speech, but in concrete. Africa has 45 countries. It's not just one country. And to be out of Africa waiting for information is not the right way. Come there, study the environment, the needs, our needs, as Angola, as an African, and according to this, drawing with us the good solutions. It is that we are looking. It's that one that we are waiting for other countries in the world. And we are waiting for the best for us. Doesn't matter who will be with us, working with us, solving our problems with our young people, with the government. This partnership, of course, will be a long term.
Yeah, thank you. I hear a message of openness, and another point that I think is very important, that's the difference between digital consumers and digital producers, and you're arguing basically through technical skills for the second one.
Yes, let me finish with this point. We are waiting to install in Angola with a good partnership what we call the telecommunication industry. For example, we import all the domestic router that all of us use at home. Why you don't install a factory in Angola, beginning for assembly and can go up to the R&D, the router, antennas. We don't have in Angola fiber optical industry. We don't produce in Angola. In Africa, maybe 2 or 3 countries that produce optical fiber. Antennas, telecommunications, routers. You know, we are waiting for this kind of investments in Angola.
Okay, and maybe one of our other panelists can address this open question. But before that, David, I mean, one of the debates that has been emerging is that in this fragmented world and the competition between China and the US is basically somehow dividing the European Union. Also, divisions within the European Union is hindering the implementation of large-scale infrastructure and investment frameworks. So my question to you would be, what is your take on this argument? And if there is anything to it, what does the EU, what does the EEAs do in order to overcome potential divisions within the European Union?
Yep. I was checking up my Anu Bradford yesterday on digital empires and so on to see how this is relevant, and I think you're quite right. I mean, we're in a transition period between the old and the new European Commission right now, but I think it's becoming very clear what we're planning to do. We have a lot of recommendations from the Draghi report, from the Letter report, and so on. We have great open invitations from our partners in Africa, and we'll certainly follow up from this on this with Angola. And what we need to do is not necessarily invent new initiatives, which is a bit of a Brussels disease, always something new each time and so on. Global Gateway will continue. It needs to move from, as we said, a startup to a scale-up. But also, I think now what is clear is that it's going to be much more integrated with our trade policy and our economic security strategy. And I think this is very much what you're looking at, because we have to see how we can integrate the interests of the European Union, as you said, the values and so on, with our partnerships in order to develop the kinds of partnerships that you talked about, Minister. And I think one very good example in Angola, the Lobito Corridor, our pitch to Angola, to Zambia and to the DRC, together with our partners from the US, was that we have a better offer. You want the best? We're the best. Why are we the best? Because we're not just looking at an extractive offer. We're not simply saying, how can we take all your critical raw materials and process them somewhere else? We want to see, how can we enable you to extract raw materials in a sustainable way? How can we add local value in Estonia, in Angola, in Zambia, and in the DRC? How can we help SMEs develop on the back of that? There's a big digital component because there's a lot of transport, new railways and so on, very data-heavy industries as well. So what can we do to build on that as well? And I think so the Lobito Corridor project is a clear example of how we're trying to see what your interests are, what the interests of the European Union and our partners are, and how can we ensure that there's a better offer than the other ones that are on the market.
Okay, so Global Gateway is going to continue. It's going to be more integrated, and it's going to be the better offer. Czesek, do you think the funding and guarantee mechanisms that are in place are sufficient to make all this happen and to turn Global Gateway into a successful project?
I think for sure enough to turn the Global Gateway to a successful project. In terms of whether they are enough for the funding needs around digital infrastructure, these are enormous, so I'm sure they will contribute to, but there are still opportunities, and we look into that. I mentioned to you we are expanding to Sub-Saharan Africa, and we just look at the funding needs in terms of connectivity, digital connectivity there, and they're enormous. And I think when and you use this nice term that we're moving from the startup to a scale-up, and I think we now know how we can really greatly work together in that startup phase, so hopefully we can scale it up much more and also move towards doing that together in Africa. I think the point on cybersecurity is important. It's not only on the government side, but we hear it from our clients. So we set up actually as a bank a cybersecurity advisory practice for our clients to be able to provide them with an advice to make them more safe and secure, and also our investments. And maybe the last thing, the bit of a message I wanted to leave you with, because I like your comparison on the toothbrush, but we work that everyone has a mobile phone like a toothbrush. We work in the developing emerging economies, and I think that needs to be a little bit demystified, because we just did this year a survey. It's called Life in Transition. So we actually, together with the World Bank, went to the households of people living, for example, in Central Asia, and we asked 2 questions around digital. One was whether you are connected, have a mobile phone, and 75% of respondents said yes. But then we asked a follow-up question, whether you can actually send an email with an attachment, copy a file, or install a software. Only 30% of respondents said that they can do it. So there is a big, big gap. And what we don't want to happen in our countries as EBRD is this digital divide, that you really have people that take opportunities of the digital transition, but those that are left behind. And that's why we are putting so much effort, financing, and advisory work to bridge that digital divide and create opportunities for all of the economies where we invest.
Okay, thank you. We've heard where Global Gateway shall lead towards. So my question to you, the same basically. Do you think Global Gateway and the surrounding mechanisms can live up to its expectations? And from the private sector, if you had one wish, so to say, to the EU as a whole, what would it be in order to foster this initiative?
Well, thank you very much. I would maybe just come back to the points before. So I was personally involved in the MOU on 5G Innovation Hub that we concluded with Nigeria when we had the Vice President to visit Ericsson. So we do work with partnerships on innovations. And actually for the Global Gateway, we have a number of proposals to actually create more innovation, 5G innovation hubs in Africa. So we are happy to see if that will progress. That will also include cybersecurity capacity building, particularly we're thinking of the civil servants and the agencies to be able to understand how to protect critical infrastructure. On things, what needs to be done, I think it is important to put more focus and priority on action. And I think if there is one ask for the senior leadership is to not only focus on the vision and on the values, which is important, but also on execution. Execution needs to be a standing topic every week or every second week. How are we progressing? So I think if we're going to scale up, I think then the focus should be how are we performing on execution. I think that needs to be in focus.
Thank you very much with this very precise ask, and we reached the end of our allotted time. Unfortunately, we have to stop here. Otherwise, I would love to continue this conversation with you for another couple of rounds. But for now, let me ask you to join me in applauding our panelists and thanking them for these multifaceted insights, and we'll continue this discussion later on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will just make myself room here next to these gentlemen to lead on to the next panel. What we heard is that building reliable, secure, and inclusive infrastructure is foundational for empowering nations, businesses, as well as individuals. However, we live in a world where we expand connectivity, and today, as René also said, we have more people with mobile phones than we have with toothbrushes. We must also address the threats that come with it. Next panel on internet freedom will share some light on what are the global questions regarding not only the connectivity, but also the safety and internet freedom. In 2023, there were 283 different internet shutdowns across 39 countries, and that was 41% more than the year before. And we now have had 14 consecutive years of internet freedom decline. The next session focuses exactly on these topics, how we can face and fight the growing threats to internet freedom. And for this session, it is my pleasure to invite on the stage a full panel along with the panelists, starting with Ernst Norman, Eileen Donahoe, Minna-Lina Lind, Ncengetai Mazango, and the presenter and moderator, Kian Viestensson, who is the Senior Research Analyst and Technology and Democracy Freedom House. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to our audience who are joining us today. I'll begin by sharing a little bit about Freedom House's latest research on the state of global internet freedom before we turn to our discussion with our distinguished panel about the years to come. By way of background, internet freedom is the simple idea that the same rights we enjoy offline should be protected online. At Freedom House, we've long viewed digital technology as a key battleground in the fight for democracy and human rights. We believe that an internet that is more free can help foster a more democratic society, allowing people to access reliable and uncensored information, to express their political, social, or religious beliefs, and to build communities across borders. There are also clear benefits for the business community in this approach. A free and open internet allows companies to offer services worldwide and to stay competitive in their sector. Now, we sit here in Tallinn, and as we heard earlier from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we're enjoying one of the most free internet environments in the world. Estonia has ranked at the top of our index for many years. And our discussions here at the summit illustrate just how you can balance internet freedom with other pressing concerns about security and economy. Now, an internet that is tightly controlled offers much worse. It allows governments to consolidate political power, monitor people's every move, and enlist the private sector in state repression. What happens online directly shapes the freedoms and security we experience offline. Now, at Freedom House, we assessed conditions in 72 countries around the world, which amounts to about 87% of the world's internet population. For each country, we assess how easily people can access the internet, whether the internet is censored, and how fundamental rights like free expression and privacy may be restricted or protected. And we looked at a period from June 2023 through May 2024. For each country that we cover, we partner with a member of local civil society, an organization or an individual who is on the front lines of fighting digital repression. And as we have heard today, we found that global internet freedom declined for the 14th consecutive year. And I want to dive a little bit into what drove this decline, starting with this global assault on freedom of expression. Some figures for your reference. In at least 56 of the 72 countries that we assess in the project, people were arrested simply because of their political, social, or religious speech online. In one country, a pro-democracy activist was sentenced to 25 years in prison. over 18 social media posts that had criticized that country's monarchy. And then, in at least 43 countries, people were physically attacked or killed in retaliation for their online activities. And I'm afraid that is a record high in the history of our project. One online journalist in Belarus was tortured simply because he had worked for one of the hundreds of independent outlets that his government labels as extremist on false grounds. Meanwhile, internet shutdowns in conflict zones plunged people into even more perilous conditions. These sorts of restrictions disrupt the delivery of desperately needed food, medicine, and other aid in times of crisis. Now, billions of people went to the polls this year, so we examined how elections impacted the online information environment. This map here shows you where censorship and content manipulation took place in the 41 Freedom on the Net countries that held or prepared for elections during the period under study. In at least 25 countries, governments blocked websites, restricted access to social media platforms, or shut down access to the internet altogether. In many cases, those in power were trying to limit the reach of the opposition, reduce access to independent reporting, or otherwise suppress concerns about electoral manipulation. Then, in at least 21 countries, we found that pro-government commentators used deceitful or covert tactics to manipulate online content. They often tried to undermine people's faith in electoral systems themselves. We also found that generative AI was used to create false and misleading information in some of these campaigns. But as the colleague from Google shared yesterday, it's not yet evident that this technology has made influence operations more persuasive or more effective at reaching more people. Now, I want to talk about information integrity here because access to reliable and diverse online information is really critical to the health of any democracy. And we saw that concerns over false and misleading information has driven action from policymakers, technology companies, and civil society concerned about protecting information integrity during elections. We saw that governments compelled technology platforms to boost credible information on their platforms, and in some cases enforced rules addressed at stopping false and misleading content. We also saw that in many countries, people engaged with new digital literacy programs that were rolled out in the context of elections, and policymakers passed new rules limiting how political campaigns can use generative AI. It is not an easy task to address false and misleading information while still safeguarding freedom of expression, and we saw this tension at play all around the world. So we sat down to look at what sorts of interventions protected internet freedom or undermined it. And we developed 4 criteria that offer something of a guidepost: transparency, democratic oversight and independence, local civil society involvement, and alignment with international human rights standards. Our report highlights several examples that didn't align with these principles, where governments took action that simply didn't get the balance right on protecting freedom of expression. But we also looked at interventions that offer promising models for those who are working hard to strike that balance, including many of the colleagues on the panel here today. I want to offer one example here from an African democracy, where the Election Commission worked closely with a local civil society organization to review reports from voters about false and misleading information. In some narrow cases, that commission was then empowered to take action. For example, they could report such content to platforms to consider for removal under their terms of service, or they could ask the media to debunk the claims in question, all in partnership with this civil society organization. This sort of transparent decision-making and civil society involvement can help guard against overreach and enable public oversight in view of everyone. Now, I'd be remiss here standing in front of a group of policymakers and private sector colleagues if I didn't offer some of our recommendations about how to restore confidence in the online information space while reversing this global decline in internet freedom. I want to start by calling for our government colleagues in the room to refrain from outright censorship. Entire blocks on social media platforms, even when those platforms may host egregious content, disproportionately restricts freedom of information and freedom of expression. Instead, laws requiring transparency can strengthen platform responsibility and shed light on company practices. And we're going to see this in force as the DSA enters into full effect here in the European Union. For our colleagues in the private sector, we urge you to maintain and create additional mechanisms by which researchers can access platform data. Independent research is crucial for informed and innovative responses to harassment, disinformation campaigns, and other serious online harms. And finally, we urge policymakers and companies to more robustly invest in supporting local civil society organizations and independent media around the world. And I know many of our panelists are leading important work on this front. These local groups are on the front lines of this work. They're unmasking influence operations, they're bringing critical journalism back to their communities, and they're pushing all of us involved in the space to be more accountable, transparent, and rights-respecting. These groups, who are embedded so closely in their local communities, are central to rebuilding trust online and strengthening democracy more broadly. With that, I'll thank you for listening to this brief presentation. You can find our detailed findings on our website here, freedomonthenet.org. And with that, I will turn to our wonderful panel for our discussion. I want to start, if you'll bear with me talking and walking as we go, by inviting interventions from our colleagues about their perspectives on how to counter this global decline in internet freedom. And I'll perhaps start with our hosts. Mina-Lena, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you for the introduction. It's really easy to follow now on this. I mean, as you have probably seen, who has been here for the first time, but who knows already the Estonia and Estonia's foreign policy, I mean, we are all about freedoms. And I think taking account our past, that is very logical, because living without rights and freedoms for a very long time, I think we really genuinely appreciate them. Our foreign minister also last December came out with this making the world fit for freedom agenda, which also has a very prominent place for internet freedom and media freedom. And the remedy from us has been to form coalitions, to work together, and not only between governments, but of course this kind of multi-stakeholder approach that we have: civil society, academia, private sector, everybody chipping in. And I have the papers here for a reason. I just wanted to quote something that when Estonia was leading the Freedom Online Coalition, which we are again going to lead starting 1st of January, and I'm very happy to share the stage with the current chair, the Netherlands, and the previous chair, the United States. For us, in 2014, when we first time were leading that coalition, in Tallinn we adopted a Tallinn agenda, which said, same rights that people have offline must also be protected online, and that the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and security online are complementary concepts. And we call upon governments to halt imprisonment, harassment, physical violence, censorship, hacking, as well as illicit filtering, blocking, monitoring of opposition voices, and other repressive measures utilized to restrict freedom of expression and organization online in contravention of international human rights obligations. What I'm saying is that, 10 years has passed. We have identified the problem many times over, but I think we are actually in a world where we have less and less ways of actually remedying the situation. So I'm sure we will come back to more of these concrete proposals, also what we are doing in the Freedom Online Coalition sphere. But just to also point out, for example, in Russia, which of course is a neighboring state here, 1.7 million of websites are currently blocked, and talk about proportionality, which you mentioned, or also disproportionality. I mean, journalist Roman Ivanov was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment just for posting on social media UN report and the New York Times article about the killings in Bucha. So this is the reality we're living. I mean, this is one example from the neighborhood here, but there are many more, as is pointed out in your report. This is coming from the UN report. So I will leave it at that, but I'll come back with some more suggestions.
Thank you. Yes, I'm hearing just how much these issues have stayed important over the past decade and change, and the value of collaboration and trying to build our responses. Perhaps we'll go down the line of our Freedom Online Coalition chairs. Ambassador Donohoe, please.
I have to start by thanking and congratulating the Estonian government for bringing so many world-class leaders in digital governance together to collaborate. And it is so inspiring to see and feel the depth and breadth of know-how on digital governance in this society, and also to see how you're leading in supporting Ukraine. It's very noticeable. A few key themes have really jumped out at me that really relate to internet freedom and over the course of these last day and a half, and starting with the opening by the Prime Minister, where he talked about the battle between democracy and autocracy that's playing out on the digital field. And I think all of us really need to understand the extent to which that is the case, not just military a type of attacks, but in the civilian space. Another big takeaway for me, and in terms of your leadership, is a deep understanding of how the architecture of technological systems can become the vehicle for embedding values in the design and protecting democracy. Also, the importance of trust between citizens and government. And last, I will elevate this idea that we need governance innovation, digital governance innovation, to match the pace of technological change. If we take nothing else away from this conference, those are the key themes that I was just reflecting on last night. Turning to Freedom on the Net, just want to, again, I value this annual report, as do advocates around the world. It has real practical value. The sad truth is we have seen a downward spiral from year one over the 14 years. I remember I was based in Geneva at the Human Rights Council in those early days of internet freedom. That was kind of the pinnacle. We had the first UN resolution on internet freedom, the foundational idea protecting human rights online as offline. But since that time, we've seen not only this downward trend, it's correlated with a dramatic digital transformation of society across the board. This sense that technology has eaten the world and infiltrated every sector of society, every agency of government, and changed how everyone has to think about what they do. I think that digital transformation has also brought about an evolution in the terminology and conceptual categories we use. We're no longer really talking about internet freedom proper. We are talking about protecting freedom writ large in the context of digitized society. And I think, again, Estonia is way ahead in fully appreciating that. And I think many places, many governments are catching on. The trends that really stand out to us in terms of the Freedom on the Net report over time have been the increasingly sophisticated use of technology for repression as opposed to support democracy. That has been the negative trend, as you already discussed, for censorship, surveillance, control of the information realm. And each year that you document, we see new technical maneuvers to sort of throttle access to information, shut down the internet websites. And this undermines freedom of expression, freedom of assembly association, but also the global, open, interoperable, secure, reliable internet, which is something so important to freedom. Second trend is the normalization of repressive cyber and digital regulation, which is also proliferating around the world. And unfortunately, governments are getting the optic of legitimacy by passing laws that sound like they're focused on national security or cybersecurity, when in fact it is intended to shut down opposition and dissidents. So that is something we really have to keep an eye on. Obviously, this year, the giant sprawling trend has been digital information manipulation in the context of elections. And we know that information manipulation is not a new phenomenon, but digital technologies have absolutely turbocharged the dynamics that pre-existed. And as you said, generative AI is really playing out in this realm. I will mention I had breakfast this morning with the special envoy from Latvia, and he really he elevated this idea that we all have to get so much more sophisticated about the role of AI in the security of the information realm. I think that's understood in this part of the world better than other places. And last, we do have to be, this is a really thorny problem to address, because the risk is for democratic governments concerned about the information realm and the integrity of the information realm, overreach. And they focus on content as the problem, and they over-criminalize speech or force takedowns of speech, which ultimately can have this effect of undermining the core concept of free expression itself. The good news, and I would say that the Netherlands has been a tremendous leader here, is I think a lot of democratic governments are coming to understand we need a different approach. Rather than focus on content and takedowns, we need an affirmative approach, as you raised, to strengthening the integrity of the information realm and building the integrity, building civic resilience to digital information manipulation. I'm thinking of the Global Declaration on Information Integrity last year at UNGA, Freedom Online Coalition. Secretary Blinken has elevated this idea. We need to go from seeing information as the problem to seeing an affirmative approach to quality of the information realm as something so essential to democracy.
Thank you, Ambassador, for those remarks. You know, I think one thing I'm hearing here is what is often perceived as a set of trade-offs between, on the one hand, addressing these really pressing concerns around national security or the sort of online vitriol that so many of us have experienced, and then on the other hand, ensuring the protection of freedom of expression and access to information and this open and interoperable vision of the internet. And I think this panel of experts here is really equipped to address the finer points of how to navigate these two really pressing and complementary priorities. Ambassador Newman, please, your perspective.
Thank you very much, Kian. Not easy after two other like-minded partners to add, but I indeed would like to do that. First of all, I'd like to join Eileen also in congratulating Estonia with this conference. For me, it's the first time to be here, and it will not be the last time. The excellent audience which is present here, the possibility to exchange views, a very dynamic conference, and also to discuss the important joint stance to defend Ukraine, where Estonia is playing a key role also in the Tallinn mechanism, which we are a partner of as well, of course. Also, I'm really happy with you actually moderating this session, because well, you mentioned the importance of government supporting civil society partners. And as you know, Freedom House is an extremely important partner for the Netherlands. And also the Freedom on Net report is, we support it yearly with because we think it's so important to show what's happening on the net. And you delivered an excellent report, a worrying report, like Eileen also said, 14 consecutive years that the freedom is decreasing on the net. So like you mentioned also, that requires a really strong stance of democratic governments to see how we can act together. But not only governments, it's a multi-stakeholder environment we have to work together on to really take measures to ensure a secure, safe and open internet. Actually, I'm also really happy with Chengetai here on the panel, because he represents one of the most important multi-stakeholder fora of the UN, and we have to defend that multi-stakeholder mechanism also for the future, and that will be part of the WSIS +20, where you will, I'm sure, will delve into later. I want to mention indeed 3 things which actually partly also mentioned by Eileen. We indeed are chairing the Freedom Online Coalition this year, and we were able to increase the membership from 38 to 41, and we hope before the end of the year to 42 members. That shows really also interest in parts of the world which were not always for them it's easy to engage. We added Cape Verde, Colombia, and Slovenia to the membership, and we are discussing also with other Pacific Islands, Caribbean islands to join the Freedom Online Coalition. For those who are not fully aware of the Freedom Online Coalition, it started in 2011. At that time, there was already a reason, how to keep the freedom on the net. It's not something of today. It's something that worries us already for much longer. And it's not only governments. We have an advisory network of 30 members, and members of the tech companies, but individual specialists on it, and civil society, NGO organizations, and academics part of the advisory network. And there are strong discussions. For instance, this year there were strong discussions on the cyber crime treaty, and there was not always an agreement between the two, but that's exactly why we have this platform, to have all views on the table. But I think it was also very important to prepare our intervention for the Global Digital Compact, where in the end we managed to get in strong human rights language. And that's also why we joined hands in the discussion at the UN level, and that we will continue doing also with the WSIS +20 process. That's the internet governance, how will it look like, how to maintain that open, free, secure, interoperable internet, as Eileen mentioned. And we have to work together there also with the multi-stakeholder community. What we also did is really going out to the regions. We cannot expect everyone to come to the Netherlands or Geneva. Geneva's, of course, a very important hub for multi-stakeholder discussions. But we went also for conferences in Taipei, in Accra, in Sao Paulo, to involve communities in the regions in the discussions and really show the importance of the multi-stakeholder discussions on the topics which are on the table. So in that sense, also capacity building is part of the Freedom Online Coalition for those partners who do not have the same capacity as the minister actually of Angola mentioned before in the panel. They are also in need for capacity building. And we as stronger members of the Freedom Online Coalition are there also to see how we can help those countries. For that we also have the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, by the way, of which we are a member as well, to join hands to help countries who do not have the strong capabilities to increase capacity. Another mention is what Eileen also mentioned is the information integrity. Canada and the Netherlands joined hands to start the initiative for a declaration on information integrity. It was launched last year during the UNGA. And now under the leadership of Eileen, in the OECD, we are working on, okay, it's nice to have a declaration, but how to give really concrete feet and hands to this declaration and make it moving. How to ensure that information integrity. How to avoid that we're only debunking disinformation, but to ensure that the information which is true, which is honest, is being received and seen also by the recipients that way. It's also a discussion being taken at hand in the Freedom Online Coalition, but the OECD is also an important platform. Lastly also, because that's also an important word you mentioned in the report, is surveillance. The UK and France, after an early initiative of the US, took the initiative for the Pall Mall process, and that's to control, to check the uncontrolled distribution of commercial intrusion capabilities, or spyware to make it easier. And that's also a multi-stakeholder process. We sit there together, governments, civil society organization, and private sector. How do we control and avoid that all these instruments are coming into the hands of non-authoritarian governments without checks and balances, and to make the world safer in that sense. It's not an easy task, but it shows that we take it seriously and join hands. AI is an important point also to join hands, also to see how we can just make a stronger governance. This side of the ocean and the other side of the ocean are not always aligned, but I hope also in the near future we will be able to join hands and to fight together against the autocratic digital governance, which we see too much happening right now around the world. And we have to be strong there, and I hope also a future government in the US will be able to join us in that fight.
What I appreciate so much about the ambassador's comments is this element of collaboration between states and between stakeholder groups, between government, civil society, and the private sector. And this is so important whether we're talking about encouraging support for freedom of expression or corralling this opaque and unruly market for commercial spyware products. And so I want to turn now to Changatai, who leads one of these most important fora for multi-stakeholder collaboration. Please. Take us away.
Thank you very much, Ken. And I'd like to, first of all, join the others in thanking the government of Estonia for the invitation and also for the exceptional organization of this conference, and also for the hospitality. And I will honestly take back 1 or 2 points for our meeting next year and this year in December. And I'd also like to commend the Freedom House for their great report and the great work they've done over the years. We've been collaborating for a number of years. And of course, also for the Freedom Online Coalition, and we look forward to working together as we go on to 2025. Thank you. So the internet provides a critical avenue for people to exercise their right to freedom of expression as well as their right to be informed. These rights are enshrined in the highest instruments of international law, and they also form the basis for the UN work. For everything that we do, we reflect on the Declaration of Human Rights. While the digital technologies brought more opportunities to exercise the rights at a citizen level, they also created avenues for misuse. For example, the massive channeling of misinformation and disinformation, as we've talked about, as these 2 years are election years. And they can create serious consequences for other rights. Surveillance is another dimension of human rights breach through online means, threatening privacy and other fundamental freedoms. The new and emerging technologies like AI have made this even more complicated. AI has evolved from predictive capabilities to generating entirely new content, such as deepfakes. These tools are being misused for harmful purposes, ranging from influencing political elections to threatening lives and safety. Regulatory approaches to these and other challenges are under discussion in many countries and regions, as well as at the global level, within the UN included. At the IGF, multi-stakeholder discussions about information integrity have been central since the forum's early beginnings. The community is clear in their vision that governance and regulatory approaches should be consistent with the full range of human rights set out in the international rights agreements, standards, and norms. Several elements are of particular importance to the forum's multi-stakeholder community. For example, in Japan last year, underlined through the Kyoto IGF messages, the issues related to the uncertain future of independent journalism, the role of social media platforms, internet shutdowns, and a new wave of challenges that the generative AI has brought. The IGF 2024 is also expected to have a strong focus on this matter, and we expect that the 19th annual IGF meeting, which we'll be hosting in Riyadh from the 15th to the 19th December, will have a strong portion of its program focused on freedom of expression, information integrity, misuse, and misinformation as well. as well as the role of new tech to help us understand the issues from a multi-stakeholder point of view. And I'm always underlining this multi-stakeholder approach, which we feel is critically important to going on and also formulating good public policy instruments. There's also ongoing strategic work on developing capacity for and with the legislators. We've got a big parliamentary track and a brand new judiciary track, which we've started this year. That include matters related to good regulation of online behavior concerning information integrity, as well as work with the youth to understand how to use these tools, and also critical thinking skills, which I think are very, very important. So with that, I'll end with a final plug for our meeting that we hope that you will contribute to the IGF 2024. And we have 4 themes for this year. So the overarching theme is building our multi-stakeholder digital future, and the other sub-themes are harnessing innovation and balancing risk in the digital space, enhancing digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age, and the final one is improving digital governance for the internet we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Chengetai. And I can confirm that the IGF is a fantastic forum for those seeking to attend for the sorts of exchange of ideas and setting the stage for more collaboration or constructive disagreement, as it may be, that undergirds this really important work. Please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on some of the things, since I was a little bit short in the beginning, didn't know if we have a time for the second round. It seems time is running out. I mean, I just wanted to also take us a few steps back, maybe also on these internet shutdowns, which can actually have life-threatening situations because of that. I think we have to point that out. I mean, I think we know why some of the governments want to do it, but I think more and more we have to point out also how crucial it can be also on the lives of people. And, you know, both in this Freedom Online Coalition setting, and also Estonia is currently leading the Media Freedom Coalition together with Germany. We are, of course, drafting statements with the help of civil society, with other stakeholders. But, you know, also pointing out the problematic part, and with Eileen we talked about it, it's also very difficult sometimes to agree amongst the governments because everybody has their own bilateral relations with certain countries. So, but I think what we should do is call out as much as we can all the culprits, because, you know, fight against impunity in Estonia's foreign policies solves many issues. And also, when we talk about the digital inclusion and overcoming the digital divide, I mean, I just read that in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, only 2% of the households have internet access. So when we think where it comes from, you know, people don't even have that kind of possibility. So under this Summit for Democracy, we worked together with the United Kingdom on the Tech for Democracy cohort. So also that was one of the topics, you know, how to make this technological advancement be available for everybody. And talking also about the AI and the possibilities, I mean, we have to embrace it as much as we can in a positive way. But of course, we have to also have the human-centric and human rights-based approach on it, making sure that the digital divide and also the possibility for women and girls to have the access to these different means doesn't go worse when we are actually having more of these AI solutions. And I think in Estonia, we are also doing quite a lot of scientific research on this. So I think that's also what we need, and also to pool researchers, because I think it's all of our problem in the end to take the most of it and then make it work for all of us.
I think these are incredibly important points. You can't have human rights on the internet if you can't access the internet at all, if it isn't affordable, if it's not restrained from sorts of whole-scale government shutdowns. And then we can turn to all of the very important issues that we've talked about in terms of maintaining information integrity, constraining undue surveillance, and fighting against censorship. But I propose perhaps that we take these remarks as our close to this discussion, both a wonderful way to summarize all of these important trends, and on theme with our title of the panel, Here's to 2025, perhaps a harbinger of Estonia's leadership on the Freedom Online Coalition, and something for us all to look forward to in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone who has stayed with us. We have had crucially interesting panels. Right now, we spoke of internet freedom and how actually access to internet is being used as a manipulative tool to stay in power, to gain power over people. And I'm afraid this sounds all too familiar. Because internet should actually help humans with both the right to freedom of speech as well as their right to information. And next up, we will have a transition to how we can use technology also for those purposes. How we can make sure that technology serves us, not vice versa. We have discussed cooperation a lot throughout those 2 days. And so the next panel is actually a perfect example of collaboration. We will have both government as well as private sector and third sector representatives in this panel. And please join me in welcoming the following panels to the stage. We will have Solt Sabo, we will have Michael Nelson, Marvin Ngoma, and this panel will be moderated by Siim Alatalo, who is the Cybersecurity Fellow and Associate Director at Tallinn Digital Summit. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I remember when I was working at NATO back in the day, this was a nice call sign to anyone who had attended the 10 o'clock meeting, and that meant that the lunch is nearing. But we've not had a coffee break thus far, so thank you for bearing with us, and let's keep on going. So I'm really honored and privileged to be here to represent the ICDS as a moderator, and also to be accompanied with such a distinguished panel. So we were discussing between ourselves that 50% of us are techies. So I leave it to you to guess who. And I myself, I'm actually a historian by education and training. And here I am discussing what is future-proofing. Now, this year's TDS, as I've heard, it's been quite unique in many aspects. And for instance, by the number of how many times people have used the words AI. So here are some of my takeaways from the previous discussions. Well, let's start with the fun part. So unless you already did it, you can try and have an AI photograph of yourself downstairs. The results could be different. So from being your own uncle all the way to being John Wick, as my wife thought yesterday, but maybe it was just a suit. AI together with 5G, as we heard yesterday from the OECD panel, it actually relates to 80% of the technology-relevant issues that governments are pursuing today. A key risk for many is being left out of the AI revolution, was said by the ITU yesterday. So to carve out what is meant by this future-proofing, I went online, I spoke to the AI to have it explain to me what is meant by that. And here's the quick response. Future-proofing refers to the processes of designing systems, strategies, or solutions to ensure they remain relevant, effective, and resilient. And the key principles of future-proofing include adaptability, scalability, sustainability, and resilience. To put it shortly, it is about staying ahead of the curve and ensuring longevity and success in a dynamic and uncertain environment. And I'm not talking about the weather here in Estonia. So in the long term. But enough for me for the intro. I will very quickly introduce our distinguished panel. From the far right from me is Minister Solt Sabo from the Netherlands. The minister is responsible for digitalization and kingdom relations in the kingdom. He brings a wealth of experience, including being a former vice president at Capgemini, a member of the parliament, and his portfolio compresses enhancing digital services, fostering good governance and responsibility for kingdom relations. Then we have Mike Nelson, a senior fellow from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington. He also brings a wealth of experience with technology, and today he helps decision makers understand and address the impacts of emerging technologies. Mike is a professor at Georgetown University, has had a career at IBM, and also with Vice President Al Gore and President Bill Clinton. And last but not least, representing the industry, Marvin Ngoma from Elastic, is a seasoned consultant and security architect. Has a strong passion for helping organizations succeed in their cybersecurity programs, and it's safe to call him a dedicated security evangelist. And Marvin holds a master's degree in computer science and engineering from Chalmers University, almost next door here in Sweden. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us, and I would start off with the first question. Goes to you, Mr. Minister. You recently announced the Netherlands' new digital strategy, which aims to leverage digital transformation to address social challenges, economic resilience, and inclusive service delivery across the communities. Could you please expand on this a bit? In your view, how can technology serve the public sector, and what are the most promising technologies, if you can name a few?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. I had to laugh a bit because you said you studied history, I think it was, and now you're sitting here. I studied political science, and now I'm sitting here as Minister for Digitalization, which is pretty weird, basically. So yes, we sent a letter to Parliament 2 weeks ago that we will launch a new Dutch digitalization strategy. And that strategy will consist of only 10 pages and 6 to 7 priorities. And why is that? Because I started 4 months ago at this position, and I saw that we are executing a lot of activities, more than 1,000, I think, on which I have to report every year once to Parliament. And at the end of the day, if you have 1,000 activities, at the end of the day, nobody is talking about strategy and priorities. So therefore I said, I will launch this new strategy, 10 pages once again, 5 to 7 priorities. What I saw already in the last couple of months, because I also visited some other countries, been to Denmark, today I'm here in Tallinn, also will go to Belgium, that we are doing pretty well in the Netherlands. So if we look at our EID solutions, live events which we use, the resilience on cyber, we are doing very well, but once again, we have to focus once more. So I have a couple of priorities already set myself. It's about governance. What you see now with IT governance in the Netherlands, digitalization governance, is that we have policies on a central level within the ministries. We have policies on the municipality level and also policies on the provinces level. And at the end of the day, we will end up with problems because the world is changing. So in the past, we were automating paper, but now we have new challenges with AI, with cyber, as well as with cloud implementations. So we have to do it together. So I will change the governance in the Netherlands. We will work together with the provinces as well as the municipalities very strongly. That's one. 2, we have to focus also more on proactive service offering. We offer great services, but it should be more proactive. To give you one example, we have the pre-filled tax forms. We do that already since, I think, 2005 or something like that, and everybody is very happy with that. So that's the proactive attitude on which we have to focus more. And the third thing is, probably the most important, is that we have to set up a proper financing model for what we are doing. Because if I ask the question to my civil servants, how much do we spend on digitalization? We don't know. We don't know yet. So we have to find out how much that is. And then I have to sit down once again with the municipalities and provinces on the division of the money, how we will do that in a structured way. Like, for example, they do in Denmark. 40% is for the central government, 40% is for municipalities, and 20% is for the provinces. So then at the beginning of the year, it's clear for everybody how much money there is available for digitalization. Then the question on promising technologies. There are a lot of promising technologies, new technologies in relation to AI, large language models, and so on and so forth. A little bit older technologies, cloud computing, because that's already existing, I think, 15 to 20 years. But for me, the most important thing is that we will implement AI for our civil servants, so that they can do better service provisioning toward citizens as well as the business.
Mr. Nelson, your professional background shows us that you have had the privilege to witness many groundbreaking technologies take off, succeed, or in some cases also fail. From your perspective, what are the most critical principles of future-proofing technology that are often overlooked by industry practitioners?
Well, first let me say I'm so glad to come back to Tallinn. This is my third visit. The first time I came here was 1994. I'm a futurist, and I have to say, even 30 years ago, I could look at Estonia, talk to people, see the excitement they had about technology, and know that this country was going to be a technology leader. I came back 10 years ago when the Freedom Online Coalition was held, and all of my vision and more had come true. I was at IBM at the time, and we hosted a hackathon. The other secret, of course, where the Estonians realized this was a borderless technology, so we had the Poles and the Swedes and the Finns and Lithuanians working together on some very creative opportunities. When I looked at the schedule, I was disappointed to see that your foreign minister was talking in here this morning when your justice minister, Minister Pacosta, was talking next door. And I'm very fortunate because I was in Ottawa 2 weeks ago and saw her talk there as well, so I didn't miss anything. She provided some real leadership at the very best e-government conference in Canada. So I've been following Estonians around the world. They were also in Washington last month giving a great discussion on what they're doing on disinformation. But to answer your question, I'm going to start by correcting the title of this session. This is an incredibly rude thing to do, but I'm from the West Coast and I'm a disruptor. We are not here, we should not be here discussing future-proofing technology. You don't fix technology. You don't make algorithms ethical so that only good people can use them or only good uses can be made of them. You focus on the culture and the norms that determine how technology is used. And this has been a real problem in Brussels, frankly. There is this attitude that we'll just regulate these 6 mega companies and they'll make sure that technology is used properly. No. You have to work at making everyone who touches technology use it the right way. Not always by regulation, often by norms, by transparency that exposes companies that are doing deceptive things, and by fostering business models that will also lead us to the better world where technology is used well. So how do you do that? Well, first off, you don't fall for US tech firms' marketing. We've had 50 years of companies like IBM and Apple and Microsoft telling you American technology is magical, it can do anything. And so logically politicians say, well, I want you to do technology that does this, and that. Not noticing that really they're contradictory demands. You only get one or two. You can't have total transparency and total privacy. You can't surveil all the bad things online and protect all the good people doing good things online. You have to make choices. And ideally, you don't make a binary choice. That's the other fundamental flaw when we approach technology. There's always this idea that, well, we have to find the best path to the future. Or sometimes people will admit that there's going to be a fork in the road. We have to go this way or that way. Our whole goal should be making sure that when we come to a fork in the road, there are 5 different paths to follow, or 50. That should be priority number 1 for policymakers. And yet yesterday, I heard a number of people just assume that we need to harmonize and standardize so everybody's on the same path. No. We all should be moving in the same direction. We probably all want to climb the same mountain or cross the same rivers or sail across the same sea. But we don't have to go on the same route, and we certainly don't have to use the same vehicles. But there is this assumption that, government will decide what the right path is. particularly in our field, where the opportunities are going to change so quickly, you have to be ready to move in whatever direction looks most promising at that time, and then change your navigational settings when something better comes along. So that's the fundamental mindset shift that has to be replaced. And let me also weigh in real quickly on the other fundamental thing that we need to do differently. I have a couple other recommendations that are more practical. I'm working at the 150,000 foot level here. But the other thing to do is that we have to realize that competition isn't the word we should be focused on. When you say competition, the first answer is, oh, antitrust laws, let's limit what companies can do. No. The word should be user choice, and our focus should be laws that actually restrict user choice. This is particularly bad in the US, where we have so many different layers of laws. We have state laws as well as the federal laws. And these aren't digital laws. These are laws about intellectual property. They're about procurement. I mean, these are laws that are used by companies to kill the competition, to restrict the choices for consumers. So let's work on that fundamental problem. And I'll finish by quoting my favorite futurist. How many of you have read Buckminster Fuller? He has a magical book called I Seem to Be a Verb. And in it, he explains that when an engineer sees scarcity, he or she innovates and designs better products and a better world where scarcity has turned into abundance. Too often, when an MBA or a politician or a lawyer sees scarcity and bottlenecks, they turn that scarcity and lack of choice into duopolies and monopolies, and they turn that into power and money. Let's be engineers. Let's engineer a better future, even if you're trained as a lawyer.
So it is about making choices. Mr. Ngoma, turning to you, you represent the technology practitioners, the industry, architecting and building security operations and intelligence capabilities. In other words, your job is about security, which, as any user knows, could mean that, you know, in order to have better security, you may need to make compromises in terms of usability and convenience as a user. So in a way, your role is to build the principles I mentioned before, like adaptability, sustainability, and resilience into the practical applications. Now, to remain relevant long-term as an industry representative, if you had to make choices, if you had to prioritize, which of these principles in your product development would you choose?
So thanks a lot, Sim, for that question. I think it would be an injustice if I don't start by echoing what Michael said in the beginning as well. It's nice to be back in Tallinn. It's my 7th time in Estonia. And I just echo a lot of the things that a lot of people have said. Estonia is a very small country, I like to say, but very ambitious when it comes to things to do with the digital space. So again, fantastic summit, amazing attendees as well. Kudos to the organizers. Coming back to the question that you're asking, and it's quite interesting just to hear the sentiments from the previous speakers in terms of, I mean, we're looking at governments, right? It's just not the Dutch government, but a lot of the governments have started going digital. They're going into the digital spaces, they're digitizing or digitalizing, whatever you want to call it. As a vendor, the principle that we're leading with out of those that you've listed is basically adaptability, right? We're not trying to be future-proof or to set the pace in terms of, hey, this is what we think the next cool thing is going to be, but what the approach that we've taken as Elastic is basically to adapt to the current state and the direction that things are going. It's not a secret that organizations, be it public sector or private sector, are actually on this digital transformation journey. It's been happening for a long time, but it's taking a certain shift, right? So there's already been AI that's been mentioned. We've been talking about cloud for a long time, but even cloud is evolving in the way that we're consuming cloud services quantum computing has been, gossiped about, rumored about for a long time, but we know that that is becoming a reality. So from a technology point of view, or from a vendor point of view, what we're doing is leading with adaptability, trying to understand what are the needs of the various stakeholders that our technology caters for. And also being in the security space, the innovations, right, and the digital transformation and the opportunities that technology is bringing also bring about an evolving threat landscape, right? The more we consume technologies such as AI, cloud security, or whatever technology you want to mention, there's always a cyber risk and cyber threats associated with that. So one of the things we're doing as a vendor is also trying to keep track of how's that threat landscape evolving, even as we innovate in the technology space. The last aspect to that question is striking a balance as well. So cybersecurity, a lot of you can confess to the fact that it's been looked at as an inhibitor to innovation, talking about governance and compliance and regulation. It's been seen as a limiter to those people that want to innovate, right? As a vendor, one of the things that we're doing is just trying to strike a balance between what our user needs, and user needs from the people that are using the platform for security purposes, and the user needs from an organization point of view. What are the missions of the various stakeholders out there, and how can we strike a balance in terms of some of the security capability we're building on Elastic while still allowing people to continue to innovate? So we're leading with adaptability, but that doesn't mean it's disconnected from aspects such as sustainability, resilience, and scalability as well. But I think when you lead with adaptability, it puts you in a position where you are able to respond to rapid change. You're able to operate in a very agile way, and essentially that also brings in that flavor of resiliency and sustainability going forward.
Okay, so adaptability first.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday we've had many distinguished speakers, but one of them said, and I quote, "It does not look now like our technologies are becoming future-proof." So quite a grim assessment. And that in order to ensure necessary changes to be implemented, security and economic benefits should be pursued at the same time. That was another speaker saying. Well, to me, this actually sounds like a government job. So if I turn back to you, Mr. Minister, what are the implementation challenges for the public sector, and how do you want to address these? Is it just about technical disruptions, or where would you see the most critical areas?
Implementation challenges. Like I said, until so far in the Netherlands, implementations were done on different levels. But with the new technologies like cloud and AI, you cannot do it anymore on different levels because we don't have the resources and we don't have the knowledge. So we should cooperate. So therefore, we established this Dutch digitalization strategy together also with municipalities and provinces. And if we talk about implementations and about the money also, we have to agree upon that together with the other institutions within the Dutch government. And we have to discuss also the way forward. That's an important one. Because organizations are changing. We have these traditional structures of organizations, but we will be data-driven. And that implies that you also have to renew your processes, if we look at live events, for example. But even more important is that we have to look what type of expertise do you need within government, because if you're changing the traditional organizations into data-driven organizations, you need other skills. Do we need, for example, as Dutch government, .NET specialists or Java specialists? At the end of the day, I think the answer is no. We need good project managers, we need good architects, we need people who can write a good tender, and we need people who understand the business, how business is acting. And like you said in your introduction, I'm also a business person since '88 already. So I know how business is working, but we as government have to know also how we have to act toward their attitude, which is good, but they want to sell, of course, at the end of the day.
So it is about people and the skills,
yeah,
and aligning them. Turning to you, Mr. Nelson, if we go into concrete emerging technologies, can you provide insights into how emerging technologies like, let's say, machine learning or drones or communication satellites or quantum computing might disrupt current notions of future-proofing?
The most important thing that those technologies are going to bring us is a lot more data. And it's not 50% more data or 50 times more data. It's more like 50,000 times. Luckily, the curve on how powerful our computers are is continuing to increase. If quantum computing becomes a reality, at least for certain applications, we're going to be able to crunch a lot of those numbers almost instantly. And the opportunities will be even greater than we can conceive of. As a futurist, I feel kind of threatened because I've been able to do pretty well for the last 35 years. But we're now looking at discontinuities where things are just fundamentally different. The low Earth orbiting satellites is a good example. We've always had national networks. We've found ways that these national companies connect together, and governments have found ways to listen in on the communications that they think may represent national security challenges, if they want to catch terrorists. Well, now there's going to be this network in the sky that's going to be very hard to monitor. Combine that with all the satellites that are able to monitor at a 5-centimeter resolution what we're doing. It's perhaps a great opportunity for monitoring the Earth and monitoring bad behavior. It might even be a great way to catch corruption. If suddenly we see a bunch of very nice villas being purchased in countries where we have suspicion of corruption, well, okay, we know where to look, know who to talk to. That's one of my hopes, is that all this data is going to help us tackle one of the problems I have not heard mentioned here. I've gone maybe 14 hours of discussion. I have not heard the word corruption. And yet it is one of the biggest problems we have when it comes to addressing climate change, security, and the use of digital technology. So let's get the data problem right. Let's make sure we tackle that. And I would propose doing that by focusing on 3 abbreviations. A2K, access to knowledge, that tells us what the data is about and where it comes from. A2D, access to data. And right now we're building more and more barriers that make it harder and harder and more expensive to get data. Because as I mentioned earlier, we have companies who are trying to lock you into their data service and lock you out of anybody else's service. And that's not what we need. We need a global infosphere that connects together all these different sources of data and the code. So A2C, access to code, even for students, giving students and small shopkeepers the most powerful tools is possible, thanks to the cloud, which you mentioned, thanks to open source software. But we have this force, this fight, which is going to be decided over the next 5 or 6 years over whether we have a few places where you go for your data and a few people you pay for your code, or whether we have this global infosphere that ties it all together. And I would urge you all to read the work of Sandy Pentland, Pentland, at MIT. And he talks about data unions as an alternative to the data oceans that are being built. Right now, we see 5 or 6 data oceans owned by 5 or 6 very large American and Chinese hyperscaler companies. They are sucking up all this data, building social media platforms, and the result is we are losing control of our own data. The alternative is the infosphere, where there's 100,000, maybe 200,000 data unions. Each hospital, each pharmacy, each bank, maintaining control of their customers' data and making it available with the permission of their customers, rather than having to surrender much of the value of their information to these platforms. India, I think, is on the right track. The other abbreviation to remember is DEPA. I do a lot of work with Carnegie India, and we just had our Global Technology Summit in Bangalore. DEPA stands for Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. So it's not just about privacy and confidentiality of business data, it's also about empowering users to tap into this distributed data system to find ways to use their own data more effectively. And the last letter is not R, like GDPR. No, it's DEPA. They start with architecture. They start with building the technological framework. So that's our challenge, engineering a better future and then asking the lawyers to tell us how to fix the problems that develop. It doesn't make sense to have the lawyers design our digital future. But in too many countries, that's what the expectation is, that we're going to put in place some kind of legal framework that doesn't adapt and isn't going to be opening doors to new opportunities. I'm sorry if I'm sounding very anti-regulation, but I'm a technological optimist. I always have been a pathological optimist. But I've gotten so cynical in the last 5 years as I see companies coming in and using government to actually restrict the opportunities for other companies and restrict the choices for individuals. And the result is another word, and excuse me for my language, but it's a great word. Cory Doctorow has coined the word in-shitification. It's what happens when a great service is provided, often for free, and then the company decides, oh, we're going to have to get some more money and squeeze the customer, and we're going to give all those really cool pieces of the service, take those away unless you pay for it. And the result is less and less opportunity. So let's all fight in-shitification by protecting the data and building the infosphere of the future.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing in also the keyword globalization. So last week I had the pleasure to be here in the same hall at another digitalization event. The acronym was DDH, and they said that they had the biggest digitalization event in Estonia. And I wanted to thank every one of you for making actually TDS now the biggest digitalization event in Estonia. But why I mentioned this other event is for the reason that there was one of the keynote speakers said that for almost 2 decades, we used to build solutions, applications for globalization, to support globalization. And now they see that within a very short time frame, we've actually made a 180-degree turn, a pivot to what I would call national security first. So security has become the key word that now the technology is developed accordingly. And I guess it's also showing here at TDS, giving us significant airtime to issues like cybersecurity or defense tech. But a question to you, Mr. Ngoma.
Can I interrupt you real quick? The magic of this data union concept is that it supports the kind of national policies and global sharing that we need, because the data stays in the control of these different people, but I can send my code to go talk to the data. The data never has to be pulled into Facebook or Amazon. I can have the data talk and share their insights. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I needed to explain that.
No worries.
But Mr. Ngoma, could you share a real-world example where your company, today's company, or in your previous career had to pivot its strategy? Like, can you confirm this 180-degree pivot now that the other company was mentioning?
Right. So I'll answer that in the context of the advent of Gen AI from an elastic perspective. We talk about AI almost on a daily basis. it's a disruptor, right? Especially when the likes of ChatGPT came onto the market some 2 years ago or so, it disrupted how we do work. I use ChatGPT almost on a daily basis. To be quite honest, a lot of us use ChatGPT in our personal lives, and sometimes, let's be honest, for our work as well. So as a vendor, as Elastic, we saw that, and we saw a big opportunity, not necessarily just to jump on the bandwagon, but what we actually said was, are we getting to that point where AI is actually becoming a reality? It's becoming something that is usable, and that actually gives us relevant and useful results in that sense. And the answer that we had to that question was basically yes. The next question then, or the next opportunity that we saw to re-strategize as a vendor is, how do we how do we embed or integrate this technology into our offerings? And particularly in the security space as well, the focus was always on, yes, we want our users to be able to catch those cybersecurity threats that are going on in the environment, but a lot of the workflows were human-driven, right? It was a lot of manual processes. It was a lot of dependency on the human being to really identify malicious things that is going on in their digital spaces. The opportunity that we've seen, and that has caused us to really re-strategize, is we're seeing AI being, or we're seeing cybersecurity being AI-driven in that sense, right? Allow me to quote something that was said by a professor in the US. I've forgotten the institute where that professor was, but they basically said AI is not going to replace human beings, but rather human beings with AI are going to replace human beings without AI. And I think that for us as an organization was something that was very fundamental and kind of shaped some of the stuff that we're doing in the cybersecurity space with AI. The second part of your question is, basically, what have been the lessons that have been learned in terms of this shift that we took in terms of prioritizing the integration of AI into our platform? Let's be honest, if you're a technology leader, a cybersecurity leader for your organization, you need to make certain decisions. Do I want to allow AI to be part of my environment, to be part of my organization? Much as AI is really nice, it brings a lot of risks and a lot of concerns. Everything from biasness, inaccuracy of the results, privacy concerns as well. So some of the things that we've learned in adopting this technology in our two-stack is basically how can we offer, first of all, aspects such as transparency in how organizations are adopting AI. Or if you're going to use Elastic together with the AI capabilities, what levels of transparency are we going to offer in terms of how you're interacting with this data? And I think regardless of whether it's Elastic or any other vendor or any organization, the adoption of AI also forces us to take a few steps back and look at some of the basics of cybersecurity, right? Yes, I want to embed AI into my workflows, but what are the privacy concerns that are relevant to my organization? What is my data classification? What am I allowing to interact with this technology? And what is it that I never want to interact with this technology? So there's been a lot of lessons learned in terms of how do we communicate that level of transparency, the privacy concerns, and then also how do we make the human being still be a factor in this adoption of AI as well? And then lastly but not the least, as with any emerging technology, our colleagues on the other side of the table, the adversaries, the attackers in the cybersecurity space, will also try to take advantage of the technology. And we've seen that AI and the models behind AI are actually being exploited, right? There's a lot of threats that have emerged as a result of this technology. And as a vendor, we're also trying to create awareness around some of the threats, some of the risks associated with adopting such a technology in your environments as well.
Okay, well, time seems to fly in good company, so I have one quick question for each one to ask. And I will start with a quote again from yesterday. To keep pace, public sector innovation requires ideas that feel like science fiction. Otherwise, by the time they're implemented, tech ecosystems will have already leaped ahead. So we also heard yesterday about people consuming news, not from news, but via social media. So it's quite a relevant issue. Mr. Minister, how would you, as the Minister, encourage innovation? Can you perhaps share some of the recent innovations where Netherlands is leading the way? And perhaps a bit philosophically, but if you could do it in maybe in 1-2 sentences, what are the must-have policies or principles that you believe are essential to fostering an environment that encourages the innovative yet secure technologies?
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's not a simple question, but I will try to answer it within 1 minute, if possible. Yeah, innovation, you do innovation in different type of ways. For me, it's important the public-private partnership, which I already mentioned. We have to do it together with the business, because the business has to understand how government is working. So they have to build solutions for us. That's one. Secondly, we in the Netherlands have a lot of innovation centers on all levels, and what you see is that they're reinventing the wheel on a daily basis. So what I want to do in the next couple of years to bring them together to see how we can cooperate and focus more on the AI developments, on the cloud developments and other issues. Thirdly, the gathering like here in Tallinn is very useful. Also, I learned a couple of things in the next couple of days, last days, sorry, and I will bring them back. I brought them already back to the Netherlands. So, for example, the bureaucrat chatbot is a very interesting one. So I asked my civil servants to get in contact with the guys to whom we talked yesterday on this issue. Another issue on innovation is the regulation. There's a lot of regulation which stops sometimes the innovation and also give problems with how to implement our knowledge, how to find the right people. For example, if we look at if there is a cyber attack, then you have to report. That is internationally agreed upon. And what you see is that 80% of the people who are reporting on this attack are lawyers, and 20% are cyber professionals. So there we do something wrong. This is also something we have to change. So we have to look very carefully at all the new acts which are coming to us and how we implement them. And the last thing then, because I'm running out of time, we are running out of time. In 2003, when I was member of parliament, I wrote a paper, how can we act better than the Belgians, because they are a neighboring country. But as from today, I will write a new paper, how will we can act better than the Estonians.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, a very quick question to you as well.
Well, let me instead answer that question as well. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in one reading recommendation and 2 tweets.
All right. Go ahead.
I taught a class at Georgetown called "What's Shaping the Internet," so I can talk about this for an entire semester. But if we really want to look at the most important issue, we pick up on what you said about making sure we provide transparency into what companies are doing while provide the data protection that consumers want. We have to think in a very different way. And I would challenge you to read a book by David Brin. He's a very famous science fiction writer who wrote a nonfiction book 25 years ago, which is still very influential and very controversial. It's called The Transparent Society. And he talks about the need for TWT, two-way transparency. I will give you lots of data about me, but you're going to tell me exactly what you're doing with that data, and that will build trust. I have a better way of describing it, MAD, mutually assured disclosure. I need to know what my government is doing with my data, and that is what's missing today. Too many reasons are used to hide the inner workings of government from us. Too many things are done to hide what companies are doing for us and to us. So that should be at the top of our list. I've got another 10 issues, but that's what I've got. Follow me on Twitter if you want to hear about the rest of it.
And you, Mr. Ngoma, what are the biggest challenges in your view, and what could be the remedies?
All right, I know we're on time. I'm going to keep it simple. In terms of where we're headed into in the technology space, I think Mike already mentioned one of the things. We're going to see an extremely exponential growth in data. I'm a firm believer that's going to be the scenario. It's going to be a good thing because we're going to understand a little bit more of ourselves in the digital spaces. But then again, there's going to be challenges in terms of how we handle that big data, And of course, how do you separate the malicious data sets from the non-malicious data sets? I think that's going to be a challenge going forward. And then also, technology is going to continue to evolve, right? I think we need to buckle up. The next phase that we're entering into is going to be interesting, challenging, and a little bit scary as well, but there's going to be a lot of opportunity. But then from a cybersecurity perspective as well, it only tells us that cybersecurity threats and the threat landscape is going to continue evolving, and that adaptability that we mentioned earlier on is going to really be key. We need to be resilient, we need to be agile, we need to be adaptable going forward.
With this, I will conclude the panel with a joke by AI.
Oh, no.
So, I asked AI, why is future-proofing so hard? And the response is, because every time you think you've nailed it, the future changes its mind. So let's stay ahead of the curve. Please join me in thanking our magnificent panel.
Thank you. And thank you as well.
And please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will just quickly say that please be back precisely at 2 p.m. And enjoy the lunch downstairs and network, and remember to find new friends. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. A question. Who made a new friend? Please raise your hands. Perfect. Okay, still half of you have a job to do. I made a new friend. His name is Eric. I don't know if he's in this room. Eric, are you in this room? Okay, so maybe he's not such a good friend as I thought. I will chase him down after. But friends are really important, not only to have lunch with and not only to learn from, but I liked really that the last panel before lunch that we had, the Dutch colleague said that one of the reasons why they're innovating so hard is because they push and they learn from Belgium. And now he wants to go back and learn from Estonia. Estonians are always happy to learn from Ukraine, a country who even in the middle of the war manages to innovate. So the rest of us really have no excuse as to say that innovation in public sector is difficult. And trust me, I've traveled to various countries around the world, and if you ask public sector, what are your recent innovations? What are you doing to be more technologically advanced? Then always the government representatives say, it's hard to innovate in public sector because, and then insert an excuse. So Ukraine is an example who doesn't take any excuses, who doesn't give any excuses, and we're going to learn in the next panel how exactly, why do they need to do it, and how they can empower and really, really teach the rest of us how to do it. So please join me in inviting to the stage Valeria Jonan, who has already been here, Nina Levchuk, Kasper Klinge, Tanel Sepp, and this panel will be moderated by Sam Clark, who is the cybersecurity reporter at Politico.
Got that slightly confused. Okay, thanks very much. So, as the introduction said, we're talking about public-private partnerships and Ukraine. We're looking at how they affect cyber resilience and the role that technology companies play, obviously, private companies. A big part of the conversation will be about the Tallinn mechanism and the future of initiatives like it. I'd like to get straight into it by asking each person to introduce themselves and their perspective on public-private partnerships, because we have a range of perspectives. I have a request, which is that when you explain public-private partnerships, your view on them, I'd like you to do like the Reddit subreddit, explain like I'm 5. So I want it explained super simply, if you could. So Tanel, after you.
Thanks so much. My name is Tanel Sepp. I'm an Estonian cyber ambassador. And public-private partnership, and in super simple terms, the war in Ukraine has shown the unprecedented role of private sector in a conflict. And the way how the public-private partnership has become tangible, actually. Before it used to be, at least for me, it used to be some kind of abstract abbreviation that we all talk about. But now I really see how private companies is providing services that are essential for fighting the war, keeping the connectivity, and really providing the services to people.
Kasper.
It's difficult to come after Tanel. He was so short and specific, but I'll give it my best shot.
It was simple.
My name is Kasper Klinge. I'm the vice president in a company called C-Scale, a cybersecurity and data protection company, and I did a bit of work for Microsoft in the past, and then I spent most of my career doing what Tanel is doing. I was a diplomat and had this strange job of being the ambassador to the tech industry back in the day, where we got to know each other. So I've been a bit on the public side as well. But I think the short version of why this public-private partnership is important is, and I speak with an enormous humility and respect for what is happening in Ukraine and the kind of challenges you guys are standing in front of. But I think when we look at today's world, a hybrid world, the one difference is that tackling these new challenges is really a team effort. And I think one of the differences is that in many ways the private sector will become or have become first responders in helping protect democracy, institutions, at the end of the day, society and individual people. So I think the short version, and I'll shut up, Sam, I promise, is that I think for companies, including the company I represent today, nobody can become Switzerland today. You have to take a stance, and I think what we will increasingly see is that companies will have to choose on what side of history they want to be on. And I think for most companies, it's a really easy choice when it comes to the situation in Ukraine. I think we have a moral obligation, but also a technological obligation to support you as much as we can.
Nina?
Hi everyone, my name is Nina Levchuk. I'm a co-founder and managing director of Impact Force. It's a Ukraine-based non-profit focusing on digital upskilling of civil society and SME, cybersecurity and mental health. When it's coming to private-public sector collaboration, what is specifically for me as a representative of civil society voice, it's an opportunity to be included in the dialogue, in the effective ecosystem, number one. Number two, it's an opportunity to get access to the resources that the civil society is needed the most. And it's an opportunity as well collaborate in an effective way and build transparent frameworks that could be scaled within the national level.
Hello, everyone. Valerie, Deputy Minister, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Last year at the Tallinn Digital Summit, I remember I had a very similar question, and then my answer was that we believe in the golden triangle, when government should work with the private sector and civil society, and then that's where the real, results appearing and real innovation could happen. We all know that a lot of innovation happens in the private sector, and when it comes to government right now, a lot of governments really have to reinvent themselves to be more efficient, more transparent, more agile, more fast, and they need innovation, they need digital transformation. And, that's exactly where public-private partnership could be very helpful. When it comes to Ukraine, of course, the support from private companies and partnerships with private companies, especially during the full-scale Russian invasion, have been very important and crucial to Ukraine over these past 3 years. But we have also a lot of great cases, for example, for digital services, for digital education, when together with private companies we have created something that has completely changes the way how government communicates with the citizens and completely changes the level of efficiency. Let's say our DA education platform is also supported by Google Org, and we are now working on creating an AI tutor, so we could offer Ukrainian citizens personalized learning trajectories and help them to reskill faster. And that is just one example, and we have more examples in digital services and digital products. So public-private partnership is crucial for governments.
Okay, so a very well-known example is the Tallinn mechanism. And I thought it'd be best if Tanel and Valeria just again explain quite simply what it is, what it's for, how it works, that kind of thing.
Thank you. I think our minister in the morning also did quite a good job in explaining that the core mission of the Tallinn mechanism, which is looking at the requirements of Ukraine to really keep up with the resilience and to have the Ukrainian e-society working and the whole ecosystem working. We're combining the requirements from Ukraine with the donor opportunities. And we're actively also looking for some of the missing funds sometimes. We're looking at different capabilities that Ukraine needs. Ukraine itself has done a massive homework, really. So chapeau from my side for this, for really creating the intergovernmental working group, working out throughout different layers up to the Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov, the priority projects, and then presenting these on a platform that is specifically catered for this purpose. And then the donors look at this platform. It's called Catalog. What kind of projects we can take upon, and then work with the Ukrainians on how to implement these projects.
Larry, anything to add?
It's difficult to add something else. I think Tunnel explained how it works, but from Ukrainian perspective, of course, Tallinn mechanism is really important because this is an instrument where Ukraine can get support for cybersecurity for civil infrastructure specifically. And, you know, for the past month, we really have done a lot of job inside the government. So we have created an intergovernmental group. We have conducted, with the help of our partners, a lot of assessments to better understand all of the needs from different state institutions on national and regional level in cybersecurity, preparing necessary profiles. And that was a pretty challenging work because, first of all, like you can imagine, you know, if any government would have to face such a task, it would probably take a lot of time, and you know, maybe it could take even more time than several months, because the information that in the end we could open, it should not be sensitive, right? So there is a lot of different challenges which we've overcome, but for the past several months we have really good progress. We are very, very grateful to all Tallinn mechanism members who support Ukraine with their expertise, with their services and products, and helping us to really implement projects which support cybersecurity in Ukraine.
Okay, so I was going to get onto the challenges, and I think this is interesting. You've obviously mentioned it from the Ukrainian government side, but it's a big project. There are always going to be challenges operating in a very difficult environment. I'd be interested to hear the other perspectives on this. Essentially, how it's going, what are the challenges, and how do you think they can be overcome? Free for all.
Okay. First, the biggest challenge for me is the scope of Tallinn mechanism. We do have also IT coalition that is focusing on kind of military structures and their requirements, but with Tallinn mechanism we basically have the whole society minus defense. So there are really many different capabilities that you need to engage there. And the number of projects in the end will be, I guess, in hundreds or more.
Do we know how many, precisely?
Excuse me?
Do we know how many?
I think this is, sorry for interrupting you, this is something which is evolving. You don't have a fixed number. That's also the challenge.
The second big challenge for me is that we are right now kind of trying to assist Ukraine to maintain the resilience, but also we're looking into the future. Because I'm not a Trump. I cannot say that the war will end in 24 hours. I wish it would, but I would bet that even if the kinetic war ends, the cyber attacks will continue. So the resilience parts will remain extremely crucial. So we're really looking at the Tallinn mechanism in a longer term. And obviously, the third big challenge for me is how to keep it a fair game. We have the industry that is engaged a lot here, and of course, industry has its own interests. Our interest is really to make sure that Ukraine prevails, and then also to make sure that we can also assist also Ukrainian industry. So how to make this mechanism work?
That sounds like
perhaps just adding a few points to what Tanel said. I think just stating the obvious. Of course, this is an arms race. Those who want to do bad things in Ukraine are innovating as well, and they're using state-of-the-art technology. We might talk a bit about artificial intelligence, both as a mean of protecting yourself, but also as a mean of scaling attacks. I think that's going to be an increasing challenge over the next couple of months and years. So therefore, we do need to make sure that we can provide the technology that is up to speed. And this is where I think the Tallinn mechanism provides a very helpful facility that enables also companies to look at what kind of projects or specific requirements the Ukrainian government or civil society has, and then being able to provide those technologies. But I think there's another important aspect in this, and that is with, again, enormous respect for the situation in Ukraine, which of course cannot be compared to anything else. But those countries that are providing support to Ukraine right now are also seeing an increased number of cybersecurity attacks. I mean, if we look at my own company's threat intelligence, I mean, some of these numbers are absolutely staggering. If you look at ransomware last year, there was, in one area that of course has a direct implication because of the war in Ukraine, energy, we saw a 527% increase year on year in the number of ransomware attacks against the energy sector. So I think, you know, we need to innovate to help Ukraine, but we also need to innovate to protect those countries that are, I think are doing the right things and supporting Ukraine today.
Just to add on to what was said and bring a bit from the different angle. So Tallinn mechanism, if you Google it, right, is defined as a coordinated efforts of donors to get the necessary civilian cybersecurity assistance to Ukraine in more efficient, agile, and streamlined way, right? So when it's coming to the civil level, civil perspectives, the biggest three challenges that civil society is facing, number one, it's inclusivity, number two, it's a trust, and number three, it's funding. No surprise, I think it's everyone very well known. When you're taking the first one, be including, be a voice, to really build the bridge between the gap of what does civil society need when it's coming to cybersecurity protection, to the level basically how this voice is represented on the national government and big tech level, how it's included and how then resources distributed. That's, I think, still their very big scope and opportunity to work on that, and we all need to work together to improve that. If you go even deeper, right, to back up what was said from the civilian perspectives, and look at the level of individuals, in the level of SME, and then in the level of national level. It's very well known fact that Ukraine experiencing the biggest cyber war, right now in the world, one of the biggest cyber wars in the world. And if you're coming to the individual level, you understand, so when it's coming to the cyber attacks, right, those attacks are very simple. They are not super sophisticated. It's like phishing, it's as well cyberbullying, it's a cybercrime, and so on. So I'm not sure if you know about that, but for instance, in 2023, United Nations Women have launched very interesting report on basically assessing a level of cybercrime in the Central Europe and Central Asia. And they define Ukraine as basically one of the countries that is leading when it's coming to the cybercrime. And cybercrime here is defined in a couple ways. It's including cyberbullying, cyber violence. It's like, for instance, sexual harassment through social media and so on. But it is well just a simple attack through the emails, through the phishing emails, and so on. So the first level, how can we really address and support civilians on individual level through the education? And that's what is, I believe, Ukrainian government doing a lot on that, on bringing digital literacy. And this is where I see a lot of private-public sector collaboration, including through the Tallinn mechanism. The next level is SME, the most complex, not only in Ukraine, but as well across European Union. Like SME from one side, they obviously, as a business owner, they experience the same challenges as the individuals, but as well, additionally, the supply chain network problem is a rise. And this is one of the global problem right now. It was evaluated by Harvard with 8.8 trillion millions right now. What does it mean? It's basically infrastructure connection, right, between the SME and other companies, third-party connection in the network. And SME are not protected, right? They don't have resources enough to really build cybersecurity at the level how the corporates, and they required a lot way more resources, time, and people in the end of the day. So when it's coming to Ukraine, it's becoming even more challenging to make it happen. So I think it's a huge challenge here, and it's a huge call as well for government and for the big tech to support this layer. And I guess on the third national level, I will pass to Valeria.
Thank you. So coming back to the question about the challenges of the Tallinn mechanism, I'll try to be very brief. If you would be a government, would you open all your cybersecurity needs and projects to the private sector?
Mm-hmm.
And how would you do it? Would you do it? How would you do it? And I think that's the biggest challenge, because we need to work with the private sector. We need the support from the private sector. But at the same time, we are a country at war. And I think this is the challenge which we are now, trying to solve with all Tallinn mechanism members. And I believe we have some of the ideas which are not yet there, but we are in the process of a discussion, and I have a very big hopes that we will find the right way to do that. But that's basically the biggest challenge when it comes to the Tallinn mechanism. All other challenges, they are very small compared to that, because we already found a solution, like how to basically collect, analyze, validate, prioritize the needs, right? Because prioritization of the needs on cybersecurity for the government, it's also a big question. You can't support all of the state institutions at once. You would need to prioritize. And for one, it may seem obvious, but sometimes when you look at the urgent needs and then you look at the long-term perspective, and there might be some conflict in there as well. So I would say that these are the biggest challenges from my perspective.
So you mentioned that had a similar conversation this time last year, and the Tallinn mechanism is about to have its first birthday, I think. So I guess the question is, what's the future of the Tallinn mechanism, and if we met back here in another year, what would you like to have happened? How could it be improved? What are the concrete steps that need to be taken to overcome these challenges we just talked about?
Can I do a small test here, and sorry to interfere with your moderating role. Can I ask the audience here, how many of you know about the Tallinn mechanism? Can you just raise your hands?
Is that because we didn't talk about it for 2 minutes?
I would have been disappointed if the number was smaller. And then, of course, those who didn't raise their hands because they're looking at their phones and doing something else, they're actually listening here, which is fair enough. I think one of the, I don't think this represents sort of objectively how the outside world knows about the Tallinn mechanism. I think even in the private sector, there is too little awareness of the Tallinn mechanism. So I think one of the things that we need to do collectively is get people to know more about the opportunities here. The other one, and I think Tallinn is going to agree with me on that, is speed matters. Every day in Ukraine there is another attack, and it has an existential dimension to us. We have to make sure that we help governments, including from the private sector side, speed up the process so that we can do this speed dating between technology, state-of-the-art technology, and the requirements of Ukraine right now. And that is not a long-term game. That is something that needs to happen much faster than it's doing right now.
Just one question there. You mentioned raising awareness and sort of, I guess, implied that that's something that the private sector needs to do. Mm-hmm. What do you see as why is the private sector interested in partaking in this, other than getting contracts to do work? Like, what's its motivation?
Because I think, and unfortunately, now I'm getting into trouble. I represent a company that is not well known either. I don't know whether it's the same level as the Tallinn mechanism, but even pronouncing C-scale is something of a challenge for people. But I think for a company like us, finding out what is it that Ukraine needs and how can we actually provide that technology is actually complicated. And if we have, literally thousands of companies coming in your direction, even coping with that is going to provide another challenge. So I think this is just, such an obvious way of coordinating requirements with, technology available. And I think that's helpful for the private sector and hopefully also very helpful for Ukraine and also helpful for the governments that are providing funding there.
Can I add to that as well? So let's please not forget that that's actually the first cyber war. Exactly. And for a lot of private companies working with Ukraine is right now, a possibility to get better understanding on what's happening. That's a possibility to receive those lessons learned. That's a possibility to be future ready and prepared and understand what could happen next. So this is, of course, about supporting Ukraine and helping us to fight the aggressor, to build the bright digital future for us all, and to bring freedom and democracy to the whole world. But it's also a possibility to be future ready and to really get that understanding.
Can I add on this? And first I'm saying that I guess half of the hands that went up were from my team. But
good to meet all of you from Tallinn team.
2 points that I really want to make here. One is that because it is the first cyber war, then I would say that there is a trend that we have this kind of sectoral assistance programs. We have the artillery coalition, we have the drone coalition, So it's actually extremely logical then to have some kind of cyber coalition. And I think that it is going to be a trend that also in the future, in different conflicts, this is the way how assistance will be given. Because there are just so many different fields. It's not just that you send by ship many troops to somewhere and then it's done deal. No, the war has become more complex. And second, besides getting better understanding what it actually means, this kind of assistance mechanism, in a year's time, I really want to get also the PPP part, the public-private partnership, to have some really good examples of how it actually works. So this is my goal for the next year.
I think from civil society perspective, for us, it's important strategization and as well regulation. So out of whatever cases will be created, the opportunity to scale it, right? Obviously, I completely agree that what we're experiencing in Ukraine, that would be a cases that other nationality would be able to learn. We all understand that this is not the last cyber war. Overall, like the cyber attacks is a process. It's not like event that, like with a missile, physical missiles happening one, right? It's like ongoing processes happening in one or another iteration. It could escalate, it could escalate. The key things, it continues. And so if it continues, the overall, not just like Ukraine, but all civil society need to learn how to increase the digital literacy and be prepared for that. And unfortunately, right, Ukraine will bring a lot of cases. Unfortunately, because we're going through that, right? But fortunately for the rest of the world, this would be the cases. And those cases would require strategization. It will require as well regulations, so from legal frameworks perspectives. Tallinn mechanism obviously give a framework, but there is way more work behind this framework. And that's where, again, the role of the government and collaboration with civil society is critical.
So we've spoken a lot about cyber war. This is the first cyber war. Poland recently has, I think it's about to have the presidency of the EU, so it's starting to kind of push some of its priorities. It's said that it thinks it's also a cyber war. I think that's not to take away from what's happening in Ukraine, but that's how it sees it. It's been bombarded, as you mentioned, attacks are going up. I think, so there are lessons to be learned from how this is working in Ukraine. What are those lessons? As you say, it's just going to continue in Ukraine or elsewhere. Poland thinks it's already happening there and in the rest of Europe. What can other countries learn? What are the lessons?
I mean, I can say a couple of words to begin with. I mean, I think, again, from a company point of view, and it's not black or white, so I'm going to generalize a little bit, but I think in many ways, you know, the Deputy Minister spoke about sort of innovation and state-of-the-art technology and getting that in to help defend Ukraine. I think the same applies on the attacking side, that they're also utilizing the latest technology. And you could almost say that, you know, Ukraine is becoming sort of the canary in the coal mine in the sense that this is where new equipment is being tested, both in the physical world but also in the virtual world. So what we are seeing happening in Ukraine is now spilling over to other countries. I mentioned this as well, Sam, that I think when you look at Western Europe, the US, other countries supporting Ukraine, they are now seeing more sophisticated attacks. They're seeing higher volumes of attacks. They're seeing different sectors in industries being attacked. And unfortunately, again, just using our own data sets, no industry is left alone. I mean, not a single one. I mean, it's civil society, healthcare authorities, it's energy, it's manufacturing. So, having worked with a lot of different companies, including in my home country of Denmark, there are many companies who used to say, well, we produce something very specific. We're not the target of any cybersecurity attacks. I think also with new technology being brought in, that's not a statement you can actually rely on anymore. You have to up your game. You have to make sure that you also utilize the latest technology to defend yourself. Because at the end of the day, I was ambassador to Indonesia back in the day in 2017 when NotPetya hit one of our big shipping companies. And I can still remember how that company's infrastructure was wiped out literally overnight and how dramatic and existential it was. So again, not taking away anything from what is happening in Ukraine, but I think for any company, for any country, this is unfortunately a warfare that you need to prepare yourself for and spend resources in helping mitigate.
I wonder what the perspective from Ukraine is?
I think maybe that would be obvious, but I would still mention it, that first of all, cybersecurity is not something fixed or set up. Cybersecurity is a process. And especially right now when a lot of technologies are evolving, the world of technology is evolving, and there are a lot of new challenges every day, you always have to innovate and innovate fast and improve. So you can't take some learning which you have for granted. You learn all the time and all the way, and that's why the cooperation is very important to share this knowledge. Secondly, I would say that, of course, the capacity building and digital culture is also very important, and that is something that you cannot build in one day. So capacity building, it's specifically, of course, for government, for civil servants, which have to be prepared and know about the risks and have a high level of digital literacy and cyber hygiene, but the same with the society, with citizens. They need to have a high level of digital literacy, because if we would look, for example, at the statistics for phishing and so on, so, even in European countries. So we still, I would say, have a lot of things to improve there. Thirdly, which is very important, when it comes to Ukraine, when the invasion started, we basically already had the digital infrastructure and our ecosystem, which, our D ecosystem, which delivers digital services, education, services for businesses, etc., etc. And that helped us a lot to react fast on the needs and demands that we've seen on the market and inside the country. So it helped us to quickly launch different services. And because we already had a good process set up in our state institutions, and we have several institutions who are working on a constant basis on the cybersecurity, but also this quick reaction on what is needed, how to develop it, how to launch it, how to make it secure, that's important. If something happens, if the invasion happened in one day, you can't set up this in one day. You have to be prepared. And I think this is a very important thing. You don't need to plan it, to think that you would do it in the next year, in the next 2 years. Yeah. You need to do it right now.
I think for civil society, or for me personally, one of the biggest learning, if we go back exactly 1,001 days ago, right, when the war, the full-scale invasion, the war started definitely in 2014, way over there, right? The full-scale invasion happened. The key learning was that the biggest organization, the private sector, wasn't ready actually to respond to it in the most effective way. And the civil society was the one who actually take a lot of strengths on themselves and were providing first emergent, humanitarian, and not only respond. The same when it's coming to the civil attacks or civil threats, what we're experiencing right now, we see that civil society very often are the first who actually get attacked and be involved in this process, right? And often we as well see is that many organizations are failing to address it. So out of this learning, I think the three things what we kind of need to make sure we are doing. And Valeria, I think, already mentioned very critical of them. So for us, it's first of all empowering those communities, right? Building local capacity to respond and recover from cyber. So it's not about being digitally ready, right? So increasing digital literacy, but as well asking themselves, what if it's happened? How we recover? Very, very short case that I wanted to give you as an example. We have incredible, together with Ministry of Digital Transformation, we have incredible incubation for women where we are teaching them how to build secure business online. There is a mother from the Lviv who is doing craft things basically with her hands. And recently her data of her clients was compromised. When it was compromised, right, unfortunately, she wasn't losing just her business. She actually was losing her ability to sustain financially. So her ability with livelihood, right? And when you're looking at this landscape, when you're looking at this scope, not on the biggest organization level, as again, what I already mentioned, who able to practice and say, it's a question of economical empowerment of civil society itself. So cybersecurity directly connected to economy, and therefore we need to find the mechanism, what if it's happened, what is next? And currently we're talking a lot about how to protect from. So I want us to start talk about what is after. The second one, of course, effective collaboration where our voice is heard. The last one would be like transparent access to the finances as well, right? So it is very complex because of the whole situation, and there is a lot of support for civil society, yet it will require even more when you think about the recovery perspectives. Thanks.
Just a small remark. It's also about the digital maturity of small and medium enterprises. So it's about digital literacy of citizens, you know, but it's also about digital maturity of small and medium enterprises. And, you know, this is not something theoretical. This is something which should be like, you know, your one-pager. If you're an entrepreneur, you need to understand what's that, what it covers. Like, for example, you know, what types of systems, what's the level of digital literacy of your employees, cybersecurity, how do you use cloud, or how do you use AI, why it is needed, do you really need an AI, and so on. Yes, so basically, this is a very important part as well. So society could also be ready for any type of crisis which might come, and that's not necessarily invasion, pandemic, catastrophes because of the climate change, etc., etc.
So on that point, we've been talking about, we only have 3 minutes left, we've been talking about lessons learned and preparedness. This is something that came up, and digital resilience in government and that kind of thing. There are lessons to be taken from what's happening in Ukraine and the experience of the Tallinn mechanism. How likely is it, realistically, that they will be heeded by other governments? And how can we make them listen?
If I start, I mean, in more general terms, for me, that the question is about our lifestyle, our kind of e-society, e-lifestyle, digital lifestyle, that us, Ukraine, Denmark also, we're living that already. So it's kind of that same principle question of how do we choose how we want to live? And we should not let anybody to take that away from us. This choice is ours. So this is really kind of this extremely principal question for me that goes back actually to why Ukraine is fighting right now.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds. I think, you know, if it didn't exist, we would have to invent it, literally, because I think it is the right mechanism for providing support for Ukraine. If I may just make a slightly different point, and then I'll shut up. You know, I think we're standing in front of course, a difficult situation, both for Ukraine, but also politically, geopolitically, a lot of changes. I mean, my own conclusion when you look at this landscape, being a former diplomat, is that I think in many ways, you know, we need to expect from the private sector that they will be the custodians of the transatlantic relationship in all its formats and in all its different avenues. And what I mean by that is that I think, you know, no matter what happens in Brussels or in Washington, D.C., we are incredibly dependent on making sure that we have the same approach, that we support the same institutions, the same values, etc. And I think the Tallinn mechanism and the support also from the private sector to Ukraine is a very concrete example of how that custodianship of the transatlantic relationship needs to evolve. And I think the private sector needs to step up to the plate to do that.
I would say that a lot of governments already start to learn from Ukraine, and and a lot of organizations as well, and we are very open also to share our lessons learned in some particular topics, and there are lots of mechanisms for that. But you also asked a question about what is the future of Tallinn mechanism, which was left unanswered. And I would like to say that for me, I believe that Tallinn mechanism is a very efficient coalition. which will show even more results in the next year, I believe. And it could be really an example for all other coalitions, like Tunnel, for example, mentioned already, for future coalitions. Because with the all guidelines, operational process set up, good communication between the government and then the private sector, etc., etc., it could be just taken and replicated. So you don't need to waste time, and you could bring everyone together, and it could be like really urgent response as well, because all the processes will be already set.
Very short. For us, it's a desire of international civil society or representative non-profit to learn from Ukraine. What we see right now, there is a lot of desire to come to Ukraine and bring European expertise and start to collaborate with Ukrainian government. But let's not forget that we are the one who is in front line. So what I would love to see more from international civil society is more proposals how we could collaborate together, not fight towards financial grants and so on, but as a find efficient way of getting access, to those mechanisms, and then spread it to the world.
Okay, I think that's our time. So thank you very much. It's very interesting. If you could thank the panelists.
Thank you so much for this panel, and I think we spoke of innovation, but we've focused a lot on the need for also skills. So whether it's at the individual level, whether at the SME level, and was also highlighted yesterday in one of the presentations that there are tens of thousands of cyber jobs missing in the United States, and I guess this is not only in the US, this is across all of the countries that are represented here today. And this is a perfect bridge to the next panel, actually, where we speak of building cyber capacity and digital skills for a secure digital future. And with this, please join me in inviting to the stage the following panel with Cristina Kallas, Margarita Balseiro Lopez, Matthew Blakemore, Christiane Kirketerp-de Viron, and the moderator, Siim Alatalu. Please join me on the stage.
Seated. Please. So good afternoon, everybody, once more. Now it's really afternoon, and it's really my great pleasure to welcome to a discussion on cyber skills. So the title is Bridging the Global Digital Divide, Building Cyber Capacity and Digital Skills for a Secure Future. And you will have noticed that this time there is no mentioning of AI in the headline. But to compensate this, I did go online to use AI, and I asked for another joke on AI. And so the joke was, why did a country bring a ladder to a cybersecurity conference? Because they heard they needed to build cyber capacity and thought they'd start with the infrastructure. Now, in this panel, we're not discussing infrastructure, but we are actually discussing the more important thing, that is the people, their skills, but of course adaptability and the related issues. We will have a rich menu of topics to address, and I will quickly go through them, and while doing that, I will throw to the air a few questions which the panel is then welcome to address in their introductory remarks. First issue, for instance, integrating cybersecurity education. How can governments and educational institutions effectively incorporate cybersecurity and AI training into school and university curriculums to ensure a future-proof workforce? Issue number 2, addressing regional gaps. What are the key challenges and barriers to building robust cyber capacity across different regions? How can collaborative efforts between public, private, and academic sectors address those disparities? Issue number 3, the role of AI in cyber training. In what ways can AI enhance existing training programs and certifications for professionals? Issue number 4, upskilling and reskilling in the workforce. With the rapid evolution in digital technologies, how can we effectively upskill and reskill the current workforce to meet emerging needs? What financial and resource investments are necessary to scale these efforts? So these are just 4 issues we could tackle, and of course we could spend a good few hours on issues here. But I'm really privileged here to introduce you to the distinguished panel. And we have 4 panelists, and I will start from the far right, from my perspective. Dr. Kristiina Kallas is the Estonian Minister of Education and Research since April last year. And she's also head of the political party Eesti 200, or Estonia 200. Kristiina Kallas also, before the politics, she had a career related to the University of Tartu as a researcher, but also as director of the Narva College. And she has been an expert consultant in a number of countries advising their governments. Then we have Minister Margarida Balseiro Lopes, the Minister of Youth and Modernization of Portugal.
And equality.
Sorry?
And equality.
And equality. Mm-hmm. She holds a master's degree in law and management and a postgraduate qualification in taxation. And she has also had a career in the private sector as well as being a member of the Portuguese Parliament. And she has served as vice president of the Social Democratic Party since 2022. And then immediately to my right here is Ms. Christiana Kirketerp-de-Viron, the acting director for Digital Society, Trust and Cybersecurity at the European Commission's Directorate General for Communications, Networks, Content and Technology, or DG Connect for short, since July 2024. Well, this directorate, the acronym is well known to many of us in the cybersecurity community. It spans a wide range of areas related to cybersecurity, digital health, and digital identity. And Christian is a political scientist from the University of Copenhagen and joined the Commission in 2006. And last but not least, Matthew Blakemore is an AI strategist, CEO of AI Caramba. I love the name. He has supported blue-chip clients with AI strategy and digital transformation with over 15 years in tech and a decade in AI. And if I just take out one achievement of his from his career, he has earned over 20 plus IMDb awards for his AI-generated films, including Best Futurist Filmmaker at Cannes and Best AI Film Director in New York. Impressive. So thank you very much for joining us, and let's go straight to the discussion. Well, Minister Kallas, at the start of the season, or the school here in Estonia, I recall one of your interviews where you said that starting this year, Estonia would launch dedicated training program for teachers for AI. For an innocent reader like me, this translates into Estonian schools no longer just coping with AI, but actually integrating it, embracing it. And I'm intrigued. Could you tell us more about it? How is it going so far?
Yes, thank you for this question, because it's often misunderstood in a way that integrating AI into education means that teachers will start coping with finding out whether there is plagiarism used and how the students are using AI for studying. But what I very sincerely believe, and we also know from the researchers, that AI is here to put us into very severe evolutionary challenge as humans. And this evolutionary challenge is in a way that whether we evolve into the human beings who are capable of performing in a much higher cognitive level skills than we are currently used to, or we continue performing on the same level of cognitive skills as we have been doing for the maybe last 200 years, if we continue doing it on the same cognitive level, meaning that mostly in school and in education we train memorization, we train repetition, we train memorization, repetition, stereotypes, we use stereotypes for figuring out certain things, and we apply those stereotypes regularly, even in new situations. So this is something that the education has been doing so far. And AI is here to tell us that there's no longer needed for these skills, because we can do it. We can memorize, we can repeat, we can use stereotypes constantly in solving the certain situations. And for humans, the question is whether we will be replaced by those AIs doing this, or we evolve into much higher capacities of doing higher cognitive skills. And higher cognitive skills are, not stereotyping, but having the skills in completely new settings, applying in a completely new set of skills, automatically reorganizing yourself. For that, your brain has to operate in a different skills level. And this is something that is a huge challenge for education system. Huge challenge, because what we do in education so far, we memorize. We learn memorization. That's how we develop skills. And I believe that in order for education system to evolve into this, developing those higher cognitive skills that we need, we don't need to teach students to use AI. We need to teach teachers how to use AI to develop those higher cognitive skills. So the teachers' competencies, pedagogical and psychological competencies and didactical competencies are the key here. So the training courses that we are introducing to the teachers in Estonia are exactly the pedagogical, psychological competencies of how to develop higher cognitive skills, analytical skills, critical thinking skills, meta-level thinking skills, abstract analysis skills, and how the AI is putting a challenge into those skills in human beings. So we are designing the courses right now with the help of the psychologists, neuroscientists, and technologists, and then hope to start training the teachers on that soon, so that they would really use AI in school system, education system.
You mentioned critical thinking, and it has been a recurring theme throughout the Tallinn Digital Summer. Minister Balseiro Lopez, well, here in the Estonian cyber defense community, we have sometimes been very self-critical because we have noticed years ago Portugal has been very active in cybersecurity issues at both NATO and the European Union. But there is probably less we know about your national efforts, which is why I'm especially glad to welcome you here at the TDS, because you just launched your new national digital strategy. Please tell us a bit about it. What steps is Portugal taking to ensure digital inclusion and cybersecurity for its citizens?
First of all, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. We will present our national digital strategy this year in 3 weeks. But to do that, we have to know our goal, our purpose with this strategy. And for us, for Portugal, is to build a society where everyone has access and has the power to be part of the digital world and can take and get the benefits from the digital world. So this is our purpose, to have this strategy, to develop this strategy. We study the strategies from other countries. We analyze hundreds of reports of national programs that we have already implemented in Portugal. We had a lot of events with experts, meetings, and we define 4 dimensions: people, state, public administration, businesses, and infrastructure. The first one, people, is the most important one, because technology should serve people and not the other way around. So we want to do a lot of initiatives. Let me give you 3 examples. First of all, we want to ensure that at least 80% of our population, of our people, has the skills, the basic and above basic digital skills by 2030. Right now, we only have 56%, so we have a long way to go. But this is our first goal in people. The second one is gender equality. This is why I mentioned I've got youth, modernization, and equality. So in Portugal, we only have 1 in 5 specialists in ICT, 1 in 3 in STEM, and we are not building an inclusive digital world if we are leaving behind 12% of the, for example, EU population. So yes, we have to invest, we have to get more girls in courses in these fields, and this is not enough. We need to bring them to the labor markets. And the third goal in the first empowering people is to retain, attract people in Portugal. We need with high qualifications, not only the Portuguese, but we need to do that because it's crucial for our country. And the second purpose is businesses, and obviously SMEs are a crucial part of this second dimension. The third one is the state, and here our purpose is to have an efficient way to connect and to communicate with citizens and with companies. And the final one is infrastructures. And here I would like to give an example of an Iberian project. Portugal and Spain are working together to have an Iberian AI factory. And this is, I believe, a good example. It's important to increase our infrastructure, and we can do it together with other countries, with other European countries. And the final message I would like to highlight is collaboration. We need to collaborate more because our strategy will have a lot of initiatives, and it's not only state or public administration. We are involving also companies, the private sector, public sector, academia, associations. This is very important. And one of the best examples that we have to share, and this is the final message regarding AI, is our Portuguese large language model that our Prime Minister announced last week in Web Summit. And we will present the first version in the beginning of 2025. And this will be the result of a close work with the public, private sectors, academia, and also associations.
Now, we have just covered the two frontier countries of Europe. So Director Kirketam de Veron, it's a pleasure to welcome you here in Tallinn, right from the heart of Europe, in Brussels. Well, as mentioned, your directorate has a very long name, and I'm sure it covers a very broad range of issues. I can perhaps name NIS2 or the Cyber Resilience Act, but also connectivity and also cyber skills. Well, to the innocent reader here, this sounds like a lot of challenges, or not. Can you please elaborate on the European view?
Sure. So indeed, and I think actually cyber skills, which is also part of the work we're doing, is in a way what is enacting many of the other things we do. It's what we need in order to deliver NIS2, Cyber Resilience Act, and so on. Now, of course, around cyber skills, it's a challenging field. And I would say the biggest challenge we have is that it's a threat highlighted by NISA. It's one of the biggest threats to cybersecurity in Europe is the fact that we don't have enough skilled people. But it's a kind of threat that is sneaking up on us. It's not going to be a big bang and we see something bad happen because we didn't have enough skills. It's coming, but we will see the signs because it will be about the protection of our critical infrastructure. Do we have enough skilled people? Do we have enough software developers who actually think about cybersecurity when they develop the software that we run inside our businesses and critical infrastructure? And very importantly, and I think that also speaks to what we have discussed now, is are we sure that all the people in Europe, our children, our grandparents, our neighbors, and our colleagues, do they really have the necessary cyber skills, considering that cybercrime is now the third biggest economy in the world? So there are just a lot of challenges around this, of course, related to the fact that it's sneaking up on us, and we really need to do a lot, and it's a serious problem that we need to take, it's a problem we need to take very seriously. Then, of course, when we decide, let's do something about it, right? What is the next issue? Well, there is a lot of things in what I would group as skills intelligence, which is what we're missing. So we struggle to have the numbers, right? So we've done, of course, assessments, and we know that we say We estimate a gap between 250,000 up to 500,000, but it's very fluid, as you can see. So I think, first of all, we have an issue in terms of understanding the data and the needs. Secondly, we also need to have much more of a discussion, and I very much like what you mentioned, Minister Kallas, as well, in terms about understanding what are the needs for the future. Because we have to be able to look around the corner and see where is it developing, and then we need to be able to react very quickly. So I think there's also something around the foresight which is posing a challenge to us. Then there is an issue in Europe that when it comes to skills, we're actually talking 27 different languages. So if you look across Europe, you know, someone who's working on cybersecurity law, for instance, is that a cybersecurity specialist or is it not? There are many, many questions around how do we define the different roles in cybersecurity, which we still have not really come to terms with. And that's, of course, also then affecting how are we, you know, how fluid is our European labor market around this. So this is also something we need to talk about. And then I really want to reiterate what you mentioned, Minister Batero Lopez, which is, of course, the issue of women in cyber, which I think we did a survey recently with lots of European companies, and of this we found out that 56% of companies do not have a single woman on the payroll on cyber. ENISA has numbers that also, I think, mirror those you mentioned from Portugal, that only 20% of graduates, or cybersecurity graduates, are women. So it is a question of simply, the one part is about building inclusive digital society, but the other thing is also simply about tapping into a talent pool. So, you know, we need to double the size of this talent pool, and that's one of the reasons why we need to have a much bigger discussion about women in digital, women in STEM, and women in cybersecurity if we want to close this skills gap we have.
Indeed. Yesterday it was mentioned, I think it was in the intervention by the Director General of ENISA, that actually skills gap in Europe can be perceived as the second biggest cyber threat. So it's not just the bad guys, it's often ourselves who are the good guys. We're not as capable as we ideally would be. Now, coming to Matthew, you've had now chance to listen to the three perspectives, and based on what we've heard, how do these national and European approaches translate into, if I may call it, the global, the innovation industry perspective? Do you see any real-life barriers to those initiatives from your perspective?
I mean, I think obviously all of the initiatives that have been mentioned here today are very valuable, but I do feel like there is certainly a lot more work for us to do in Europe. You know, one of the big challenges we have is, especially in the field that I'm in, artificial intelligence, you know, Europe has really led the way on much of the responsible AI initiatives. So obviously we have the AI Act, for example, in Europe, and many other countries are still kind of struggling to get to grips with what it means to be responsible with AI, and they're still debating it. But I guess one of the significant challenges we have as a continent is, especially with Trump and Musk kind of coming in with a deregulation initiative in the US, is a big cybersecurity risk for us. Sorry if there's anyone from the US in here, but is that we're relying quite heavily as a continent on US big tech. And we need sovereign AI. We need more artificial intelligence. It's great that you have an LLM coming into Portugal, but we need more investment into technology that's actually created in Europe as a continent. And I think that is a really important message to get across. There are currently, obviously, discussions in the European Parliament. Von der Leyen and Macron have set out that they want to deregulate a bit for startups to give them the opportunity to innovate in Europe. And I think that is so important and vital as we move forward. The other thing which I think is important to note is that when we think about education, obviously, it's really important to upskill the teachers, to educate the children, and at universities a lot better. But we also need to start thinking about education in a completely different way. Because the World Economic Forum, for example, highlighted earlier this year that they think 54% of employees are going to need upskilling. I think it's probably much higher than that. And the way that they're upskilled needs to be thought about in a completely different way to how we've upskilled in the past.
And what I mean by that is the pace of change in this sector is so fast. If you upskill someone with a once-a-year workshop, it is not going to be helpful for your company, and it's not going to be helpful for Europe. We need to have continuous learning initiatives to enable adults as well to upskill more easily. We can't just continue to have these barriers of, oh, you have to go to university to study a master's, you have to go here to do this, and the financial barriers and implications of doing that. We need more continuous learning initiatives from governments to really support Europe in taking the lead in this AI space.
Earlier today, we had a panel on future-proofing technology. Let's now discuss a bit about future-proofing our people. For instance, in Estonia, we have for many years invested into having cybersecurity as part of the high school curricula. We have thus prepared our students for an evolving digital landscape, including AI. However, Minister Kallas, if I may provoke you a bit, so yesterday we heard from a fellow minister of yours from the Estonian government that, in fact, Estonia needs 18,000 IT experts, and therefore we need to readjust our education. So it was a bit provoking yesterday. How would you comment on that? And what might be the missing skills in our workforce? And what can really be done about it?
Well, if you make all our students to study IT, we will still miss some IT experts. So we are just extremely tiny country, which means that we need experts in every single field that you name. We need actually simple electricians as well. I think around 8,000 that we are missing on the labor market. So I think this is a message to rather the Minister of the Interior that we need a different immigration policy. But in education, we have been upscaling and enlarging the IT sector in education over the last 20 years. It's been relatively successful for Estonia because our IT sector and startup sector is the most innovative and added value-based economic sector that we have in the country. So it's a very innovative part of the economy. We have rather problems with the skills in, for example, in production industry sector, which is less innovative, where we need to invest more. But what I would like to talk, when Matthew mentioned regarding upskilling, I mean, this is a challenge for education systems globally, because as I said in my introduction, the system of education that has been preparing people for a specific set of skills for the lifetime is really an education system that no longer serves anybody, because there is no lifetime set of skills. Fixed set of skills for the lifetime. What you need from education now is what we call 21st century skills, which are mostly very high-level cognitive skills and including learning skills. You need a skill to learn. So learning is a constant process of doing in current life, and the learning skills are something that the kids need to acquire at approximately age 12 already, so that they would be able to do self-guiding learning as well. Together, for example, with the help of AI, in dialogue with an AI, they do learning. But the biggest challenge, I always try to stress it, is not about children and or providing, I don't know, iPads to schools and then thinking that that's how it works. It's the teachers, because the teachers themselves need to learn learning skills. They are the generation like me who came from the system that prepared them with a set of skills for the lifetime. Once you learn to be a teacher, that means that you are now done and you can continue teaching rest of your life. So I feel that the biggest challenge of education systems, and from the perspective of the governments, is to train the teachers and focus on the teacher training, because once you have a teacher in the classroom who has a learning skills, who has those critical thinking skills, analytical thinking skills, because the teacher is the one designing the learning process in the class, then you can trust the teacher that they are integrating AI, they're integrating technology, they're integrating other things into the classroom. If you don't train the teachers and you only prescribe certain processes, that's not going to work, because the teacher skills are the critical here. So if we want to have IT specialists more, we need to train teachers more on using IT skills in the classroom. So their skills need to be developed much more.
Well, this I really can relate to what you said. So I'm actually a historian, but they call me a cybersecurity expert. And so I'm bridging gaps in my early 2000s education on a daily basis. But jokes aside, yesterday at the OECD session here at TDS, it PPP, or public-private partnership, was mentioned as essential for bridging the skills gap. Minister Balcello Lopez, could you tell us a bit more on how Portugal is addressing the need for digital literacy across the different population groups? And how are you tackling the gender disparity in digital and STEM fields?
Yes. First of all, always remember, we want a society where technology is not a tool for a few, but an opportunity for all. This is why we should take care, especially care, of the most vulnerable groups. So let me talk about children and older people. Children, because, I had a speech in Web Summit last week, and one statement was, our children, they swipe before they think. This is why they use technology. So our role is to teach them how to use technology, how to be safe online. One priority is to take care of our children, and in the digital world is to teach them how to use technology. The second example is about old generations, because they used to write letters, to use stamps, to use envelopes, and right now they have to send emails. Even the access to public services requires the knowledge of technology. And this is not fair, because we have to ensure that people have access to public services, even these services are only available online. This is why Portugal has a network of more than 900 of citizen spaces where old people can go, have access to digital services, because they have someone there that receive training to be there to ensure that that person, that old person, our parents, our grandparents have access to public services, and maybe next time they don't need to go there, because this person also received training to teach them how to have access in the future.
Director Kirkatep Viron, so over the past 1.5 days we've learned lots about several European Union and well, broadly European initiatives in the area of cybersecurity, border control, digitalization, etc. But now we speak of skills, and these are at the same time at the competence of the member states. So what's your secret? How do you get the member states on board to those initiatives you mentioned?
Yeah, so of course it's true that skills and also education is something that's dealt with by the member state, but I still think, and it also goes to show in the discussion we're having now, is that there is an important European dimension in this. First of all, simply in terms of sharing best practices, learning from each other, there's already a strong added value. As I mentioned before, the fact that we're speaking 27 different languages when it comes to talking about cybersecurity skills is an issue. And here you mentioned, of course, ENISA as well before, and I think here the work that ENISA is doing to actually put together this European cybersecurity skills framework, which will help all of us understand skills in the same way, is very important in this regard. Now, more specifically, and I think that's also reflecting the fact that the national and the important national role on the skills agenda, we are, for instance, launching a European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, which brings together member states that actually want to work together on a specific topic. And we have one on cybersecurity skills specifically, which we're hoping will take off now. and which will really give a platform for member states to work together to pool resources, but also to draw down European resources to develop more initiatives in this field. And it's something that I'm looking this direction, that we certainly also hope very much that many member states will join, because it can really be an important and powerful initiative in this field, specifically on cybersecurity.
Now, Matthew, I heard that your AI course on the Mindstone platform has upskilled 70,000 plus people. Well, that's a staggering figure, and congratulations, of course. In your view, as an AI expert, what ways can AI enhance existing training programs and certifications for the cybersecurity professionals or professionals at large? And what potential does AI hold for personalized learning and skill development in this field?
That's a big question to answer in 4 minutes, but I will do my best. So, I mean, I think the key here is that, as you've all touched on, really, the way that we've traditionally been taught needs to shift, because people need to learn to be more adaptable, they need to be more flexible, and they need to realize there's not kind of a finite moment where they've learned everything they need to for a career and that's it. And one of the things that we've done with Mindstone is actually been able to work with blue chip companies to help upskill their staff. But the one fundamental issue that I have so far with what's happening in the UK and Europe at large as well is that companies in the know are upskilling their staff. But companies that are not in the know realize they need to get involved in AI, are getting involved in AI, are switching people from different departments, maybe a software development department to an AI development department, but they're not providing the necessary upskilling. And what that fundamentally means is that you have people working on AI projects that don't understand what responsible AI means, that don't understand how AI governance works. And so that introduces cybersecurity risks as well around data privacy and all these other issues as well. PwC recently conducted some research and found only 11% of businesses that are working on AI are being responsible. That is shocking, because being responsible should not be a choice. That should be regulated. You need to be responsible when you're working on an AI project. Otherwise, we've seen in the past, Cambridge Analytica and other terrible examples of when people have not been responsible with AI development. And I think that is the crucial thing to understand. There are real consequences when people are not upskilled in this area. So how can governments and the European Commission and others reach out to businesses that currently don't realize their staff need this upskilling?
Great, thank you very much. And we actually do now have an opportunity for a question from the audience. Do we have any brave colleagues in the audience? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. But I will then provoke you all with you as leaders. Well, in the past, now it's almost 2 years, I think, that ChatGPT came out. And when it came out, obviously the first question was, is it okay to use it? Is it, use it for your private and personal purposes, but also, let's say, in the office? So from your own perspective, we are now 2 years living with the ChatGPT, and it's taken over the world by storm. Would you, as leaders, see it okay for your staffs to use ChatGPT for professional reasons as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I use it. If I need to do the speeches, presentations, it's a very smart machine to help you to focus your topic, for example. Absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of citizen letters that need to be responded, and I think AI is very smart to responding to all citizen letters that come to the ministry, so which we can cut really the costs, and they are regular, those letters. But I wanted to actually give an advice on a Portuguese colleague of mine regarding elderly using digital services, digital public services. We have a very good experience in Estonia. We introduced our first public digital service in 2000, that's almost 25 years ago now, which was tax declarations. All Estonians in audience know tax declarations online automatically. So
in Portugal
yeah,
too.
in order to get people to submit their tax declarations online rather than going into offices and clogging the offices and lots of hours, the government was very smart, saying that if you submit your tax declaration online, you get your tax returns immediately, maybe in 6 weeks. If you submit it on paper, you have to wait at least half a year. So what do you think? My parents called me and said, listen, you need to come over because I need to learn how to submit my taxes online. So there are always incentives that you can include. And after the first year, in the second year, we almost had 80–90% people submitting their taxes online. They learned very quickly how to use the digital services because there were very clear personal incentives to go online. And I think we are one of the few rare countries where the trust of the tax board by the citizens is close to 90%. 90% of the citizens trust tax board because it's so transparent, it's so fast, it's so efficient, and your money is back on your account exactly when it's promised because it works on a digital system.
I mean, I guess the key thought to take away is that companies that do not provide access to LLMs for their staff put themselves at significant risk from what's termed as shadow AI. And shadow AI is where you don't have a secure way for your staff to access an LLM. And so, without telling you, they have their own private account on OpenAI's ChatGPT or Claude or whichever service. And then they put your proprietary data into that to write letters or to write speeches or to write everything else. And the problem is, with personal accounts on ChatGPT, they can use that data to then train the ChatGPT in the future. And so your proprietary data is ending up actually in ChatGPT. And the recent statistics showed that of companies that have not implemented a secure way for their staff to have access to these models, 74% of staff are using their own private accounts. And that is a big problem.
Sounds like a problem to me.
Yeah.
With that, we're unfortunately out of time. Please join me in thanking our distinguished panel. Thank you so much for these insights. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I also made my quick notes from this panel, and one of the things we need to realize is learning is a constant process of doing. But what we spoke about in this panel and what we often think was upskilling, retraining, and so forth, we need to teach the trainers, we need to teach the teachers, but actually each and every one of us are also the ones who need to reskill ourselves and learn more. The fact that we work in public sector or high-level company positions doesn't mean that we shouldn't retrain us. And one of the topics that we have to take more seriously, and one of the topics where we need to train ourselves better, is cybersecurity. Because everything going online, we want a world where technology is not a tool for the few, but an opportunity for all. So we all need to learn how to better deal with it. And the next keynote will also discuss how to better equip ourselves with cyber skills. And for this, I'm very glad to invite on the stage a keynote address by Stéphane Le Bouillonnec, Deputy Minister of Cybersecurity and Digital from Quebec, Canada. Please join me on the stage for the keynote.
So, thank you very much. I'd like to thank especially to the Honorable Lisa Bacosta for the welcome yesterday, and Foreign Minister Margus Sakna, who delivered me a very thoughtful and wisdom thoughts about Estonia. It was my first time. Honestly, I felt that the city was great, very kind inhabitants, and I felt home immediately. This morning, with the snow, not only I felt home, I told myself, this is home. So this is a good opportunity for me to introduce what is Quebec within Canada. So with a population of 9 million inhabitants. We are a small area, but with some attractive features. First of all, don't think that there is just only tourism there and resources. Yes, you can do skiing, hiking, sailing, and a lot of hunting, fishing, and you're very welcome to come to see us. But we have strengths also. For example, in aerospace, Montreal is the third largest city with regards to space, aviation, plane parts, services. We have a very strong sector of biotech also, and obviously IT. Montreal is well known for its AI cluster, telecommunication cluster. So with the network of university center, research center, and some of the most important global companies being involved within the Montreal ecosystem, we have means to achieve things. Our GDP is around like almost like, it's like Portugal, it's like Denmark, to give you a sense of what it is, the Quebec economy. Budget-wise, the Quebec government, it's 100 billion euro a year. With regard to IT, it's 5% of that, so 5 billion euro a year of spending in all the digital transformation and IT services for the population. Obviously, Quebec also, it's a very old democracy. We have a bit of parliamentarism since 230 years. With some autonomy, we don't enjoy the same autonomy as Estonia when she left, you know, the Russian, the Soviet Union, but I can say though that Canada, it's not like the Soviet Union either. So we have good understanding and reciprocal discussion and working relationship with the federal folks that we are working with, both on the cybersecurity side and the digital transformation. One thing is very unique with Quebec regarding the rest of Canada and also the North American countries there is our government decided a few years ago to put together under the same umbrella all the digital affairs. So it means that at the ministry level, we have very intense operation with regard to the managing of all the data centers. We have 4 big data centers with 100,000 servers. We are responsible for the governmental telecommunication network, including the radio communication network for the police forces and security operation. And we have also the central units, IBM mainframe to process all the checks and the tax for the citizen and other obvious governmental activities. And we have that operation, but also we have at the governmental level, we are responsible for the policy. For the policy, budget approval for the whole government, all the ministry, budget oversight, project oversight, and we are driving the digital transformation. On the top of those 3 main missions that we have the cybersecurity mission. It's, as you may know, very important, but not only for the governmental assets, but we have been empowered regard also to private sector sensible infrastructure and with regards to the citizen protection of personal data. So putting that together, we have a whole view of what is a government digital transformation, because we are playing on all the elements at the same time, or at least we're trying to do so, which is not all the time that obvious. We decided a year ago to change the strategy. Obviously, already we have a strong commitment with regard to cybersecurity, as you know, and we have to improve our defense, and we are working very hard on that. But also with regard to the digital transformation and digital identity, we've decided to lean toward now open source development. And for us, it's a key factor because normally in North America, we are not that used to go and take that direction because of the presence of all the big corporations that are providing us with very good services and product. But at one point of time, we've decided to be a bit more sovereign, like what you do in European countries. And within Canada, we are doing that with our partners in British Columbia. We are currently the 2 provinces being committed to do that. And that's why that on the top of this decision, we thought also that the underlying infrastructure is very key also for both the cybersecurity and the digital transformation. If there is no connectivity, it's very difficult to provide to all the citizens the means to be within that new world of digitalized services. So it was not that obvious for us because for years we've been putting our eggs in the same basket, so the private sector basket, thinking that all the big telecommunication providers, they were going to provide us with everything we needed. But we realized that it was not the case, and we had to jump in. That's why today Quebec enjoys 100% connectivity, broadband connectivity for all the citizens. It took us 4 years to get there, but we achieved that years ago, and we are within the Canadian market the leader on that regard. And because we're leaning toward open source development, we are very keen to develop alliances. We already have one with Estonia, another one with Ukraine, another one with Luxembourg, ranging from digital identity, cybersecurity, digital transformation, governmental services, and we have a few agreements also with international bodies, like for educational and training purposes with the NATO Cybersecurity Center, with the Civil Aviation Organization of the United Nations, where they have their headquarters in Montreal. So we are very eager to entertain discussion, welcome you in Montreal, share experiences, share development, do some joint venture. And we do that not only because we like to meet with good people and intelligent people, we do that because we believe also that on the long run, we are going to save money and provide to our citizens better services. So sharing the information, sharing the development, best practices, I think today in the current world, it's the way to proceed and go forward. So you're very welcome to talk to us, come to see us, and I hope that we'll have other occasion to talk about cybersecurity and digital transformation. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present you the Quebec province of Canada. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. It was really admirable to hear how really some governments put the citizen-centric approach at first. 100% of connectivity, this is amazing. Thank you so much for this presentation. And if I may borrow a joke from your presentation, you said Quebec is a small area but with attractive features. This is how I'm going to introduce myself going forward. But now we have the last break of the day. Please be back for the last panel at 4 p.m. precisely. We will have the last panel and conclusions of the TDS 2024. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we are edging towards the end of the summit, and we will have one crucial panel left for the discussion, as well as the concluding remarks. We have spoken today about skills in cyberspace and practical realities of cyber conflicts, or yesterday we spoke about defense tech. And today we talk about one of the most important things, and perhaps one of the most underrated things, meaning tech diplomacy. And who better to invite to the stage than the following people to discuss what role technology governance and diplomacy play together. So please invite to the stage Ao Gong, Andrea Renda, Thibaut Kleiner, David Ringrose, and this panel session will be moderated by Nella Leos, who is the Ambassador at Large for Digital Affairs from the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our last session on technology diplomacy. And I congratulate all of those who have survived these 2 days. But it's also good if you are in your very first session, because this session actually, in a way, wraps up everything that we have been talking here over the past days. And actually, this is a reason also why tech diplomacy and also tech governance that is one integral part of tech diplomacy is higher in all of our agendas, not only here in Estonia, Europe, but also elsewhere, as we heard over the past 2 days. And I will maybe just summarize very briefly what are these main reasons that I'm sure all of you know, and we will hear more in detail from our panelists. So thank you so much. So we are all here in Estonia, and maybe one of these messages that you hear, or I hope you heard, is all the positives that technologies can bring. And I believe that Estonia indeed is a very good example of it, how the technological developments and digitalization can actually make a country much bigger than its physical size. It can improve our economy, our lives, our education, governance, democracy, and so forth. But what I guess you all also observed over these 2 days is that increasingly we are actually talking about all the risks that accompany digital developments. And I would say that the first one that was very much repeated here is the increasing concentration of these technological developments and also power. That, of course, automatically means that those countries where these technological developments do not take place, and Estonia is one of them, are automatically in a disadvantaged position. And I can guarantee that it's increasingly difficult to keep up with technological developments and make sure that everybody in our societies has these necessary skills and knowledge to employ technologies for their benefit. The second topic that has been reoccurring and I think has been the hit of these 2 days, perhaps illustrated by Musk-Trump relationship, is the increasing power of tech companies, and as we have seen also, private individuals. And this puts us in a completely new power dynamics, because private company power and influence overweighs often the one of the states. So it, on the one hand, puts states into this new situation, because they have to encounter and have an increasing dialogue with the private sector. But I believe it's also a new situation for private sector themselves to be such an important partner and look at their accountability and role in shaping our let's say, global landscape. And of course, the third one, which is also the topic of this year's Tallinn Digital Summit and partly also our session, is of course associated with all the risks and I would say potential misuses of digital technologies, from surveillance to increasing cyber attacks, ransomware, and all the bad things that we have been hearing over the past 2 days. So I would say that these is a core reason for tech diplomacy, and the reason why also diplomats increasingly have to deal with digital issues. So I will maybe briefly summarize the evolution of tech diplomacy as I see it and what it entails for Estonia, and then we will move further, and I will stop from my part. But when I started as Estonia's digital ambassador 4+ years ago, then I would say that the digital ambassador's role was seen more on the positive side. So the expectations for me were mainly associated with going around the world and telling all the nice things that Estonia is doing, introduce our companies, our solutions. To some other countries, I would say it still meant, let's say, Twitter diplomacy, so how we use digital technologies in diplomacy. I guess it was also emphasized more during the COVID period that we are almost about to forget by now. But I would say that increasingly all tech diplomats have to deal with these issues on how, on the one hand, to make sure that we are technologically advanced, that we have these necessary partnerships, but on the other hand, how we make sure that we all feel good in this digital space, and the topic of technology governance, not only at national level or EU, that we will talk about, I would say, more in this panel, but also globally. And this concerns us all more and more every day, and a lot of processes are ongoing, and we are going to talk about it. So Estonia adopted its digital diplomacy paper this January, and we have there 5 pillars. And I'm not going to introduce them all, but just perhaps the 3, which I believe are also relevant for our discussion here. And the first one for us in Estonia is related to Estonia's own digital strengths, our position as a country globally in technological issues. And we will transfer this to EU level and also to global level. The second one is related to our collaboration with global partners. How do we collaborate with other countries, but also support other countries in this process of digital transformation? And the third one, as I mentioned, is related to technology governance. So this is shortly, I guess, an intro to our discussion, and I'm very glad that as our conference yesterday started with a very America focus, then the ending of our conference has a strong EU focus, and I believe it has been concern to many of us the role that Europe has in this technological landscape, often being, I guess, summarized only as a regulator, or definitely not the leader of the sector. So I would maybe start with Andrea Renda, who is the head of research of one of the more prominent think tanks in Europe. So from your point of view, following these developments all over the globe, what is that I missed that is important in digital development and, let's say, tech diplomacy? What does it entail, and what are these elements that we should be all aware of, and especially for those institutions that are represented in our panel today?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nele. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me at the Tallinn Digital Summit, and happy to be in between the EU and the UN, so being an independent thinker and a part of an independent think tank. What did we miss? Not you miss. We have missed something, evidently. And I tried to summarize a little bit why we still struggle with global technology governance when it comes to the interplay between public institutions and private players today. You go back in the early days of the internet, I think, where this problem started emerging very vibrantly. Of course, technology has been governed for centuries, but the beginning of the internet, the decision was, and the emergence of the internet was largely a spontaneous order, right? People called it the digital Far West. I remember a prominent scholar from New York University, Carol Rhodes, defined the internet as being like Central Park after dark. And those days in particular, you could find excitement, but also danger, right? It was something that was largely left to the self-governing behavior of engineers and experts. And the decision was made by policymakers not to interfere too much. The early policy interventions during those years are largely leaving the neutrality, the openness, the self-governing nature of this digital ecosystem intact. Since then, we've seen a reintermediation effect. The large corporations that have taken over a lot of the power, they have also captured a lot of the value produced by the internet over time. Another phase where some countries and some blocs, the EU in particular, started trying to bounce back. The GDPR is a good attempt. But still, we see today a situation in which the Far West might be coming back any time. We still see a situation in which there is a huge informational asymmetry between the private players that govern most of the technologies and the standards and policymakers that struggle with catching up. And we are in a situation where we're still largely, as researchers, academics, policymakers, largely potential prey of steering behavior by those that control technologies that are governed in a way that is difficult to grasp. I have two examples here. I'm going to only flash them to see whether I can provoke both sides. One is global AI governance. I think what we've seen in the last 2 years and a year and a half is a gradual drifting away of the debate and discussion from how to empower the global majority and make the benefits of AI accessible to them and how to achieve these sustainable development goals towards the existential risks of AI and the safety narrative. And this has created also a shift in venture capital towards artificial general intelligence as opposed to the AI solutions that we need to achieve the sustainable development goals. One example. The second, the digital public infrastructure, born out of initiatives such as the X-Road in Estonia, with key pillars such as build in-house as much as possible, open source, modular, open, really leveraging the potential of government as a platform. But if we see, and I don't know if you see it the same way, but if I've been for the past 3, 4, 5 months in conferences around the world on the digital public infrastructure, my impression is that that area too is morphing into a very privately governed sphere where some of the key tech giants control the very nice things that will happen under their umbrella. So I don't know if you see it the same way, but certainly I'll stop here and give you the floor, Nele, for you to continue.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. We will come back to some of these issues that you mentioned because we see some technological developments, right? For example, AI, the attempt to, let's say, govern it globally, but we also see perhaps some trends that emerge that maybe it's just, let's say, rephrasing of something that has already existed, or perhaps one player to enter the global market. So we will come to this EU part and also the UN role here, but perhaps before that, maybe Thibaut and also David later, from the European side, looking at this momentum also, where we are currently. I know the Draghi report has been referenced perhaps too many times also here in these 2 days, but indeed it did, let's say, draw attention to some of the issues that are missing in Europe and what should and could be done, but also the momentum now that we have after the elections in the US. So Thibaut, what do you have in mind for Europe?
So Lene, I think also thanks for the invitation, and I think that it has been already a very interesting event yesterday and today in Tallinn with many important conversations. And indeed, in the EU, we are in a transition phase. Now, the new Commission is about to enter into action, and the big issue is that we have been very active in the past 5 to 10 years in developing this kind of European way to the digital transformation, which is based on values, which is based on key principles, which is based on the idea that the technology should be at the service of people consumers, citizens, and not that basically we should all be serving the technology and through the technology either big corporations, like you were saying, or even governments, which is also another situation we see in some countries like China, Russia, or others. And I think the European model, if I may call it like that way, is really something in between, where we have tried through a series of regulations over the past 5 to 10 years to really develop a solution where the technology serves these values, these principles. But I think that today in Brussels, people realize that while we've been developing this and trying to really create a common view between our member states, we are still missing out in terms of our competitiveness, in terms of adoption of these digital technologies across the Union. So now I think it's actually paradoxically an opportunity to show what actually our offer is in terms of technology. Because as you were saying, Europe actually has a lot more than maybe comes to mind, because we don't maybe have the hyperscalers, but we have communities of developers that are doing exceptionally interesting work on open source, and not only around AI, around data, around 6G, around a number of applications, including our identity wallet, for instance, that really is an opportunity to transform government, to transform businesses. And I think now what we are trying to see under the label tech sovereignty is how to really put together this offer. How can we actually map out the source and the resources we have to promote European-based technology and also demand for European technology. And I think that's really right now the opportunity. It's not just to watch what is happening, but actually to be concrete actors, not only through regulation, but through technology development.
Yes, thank you. I will go perhaps immediately to David, who is in charge of the digital diplomacy, but also Global Gateway, which is actually very much related to, let's say, this unified or comprehensive European offer. So from your side, we have been collaborating for the past year several times, and we have the Council conclusions on digital diplomacy. We are updating them every year, unfortunately not this year though. What are your plans to make this offer happening?
No, thanks very much. I think it's a very important point, and it's very good to sit here at the end of this intense couple of days and think about the main messages of everything that we've heard. I think, to focus on one word, we're talking about tech diplomacy. And diplomacy, here the big challenge I think we've been trying to do is to ensure that all of the tech challenges are understood by all of the diplomats across the European Union. I think we've, as Thibault said, we've been trying to form a common European view about our model, about what we have to offer and so on. But we also have been involved in a process in the past few years in trying to ensure that as many of our member states as possible can reach the level of Estonia in terms of understanding the potential of tech to become a diplomatic way of influence for us, of multiplying our influence around the world and so on. And that has involved this process of bringing foreign ministers into the conversation, which many of them were not involved in before. I think we have to be humble. This is one process. Of course, the influence of outside events brings the importance of tech onto their agenda perhaps more forcefully. And now we have to see how we're going to do it. I think the challenges are very clear, and we've heard a lot of them over the past few days. I think by the end of the day, if we have the Tallinn Digital Summit next year, we will all be heartily fed up of the word partnerships. Because I think everybody realizes that partnerships and alliances are the way to go. We have a number of partnerships, digital partnerships. We have a very successful experiment, if you like, going on with Latin America, where we're trying to bring together all of our partners in Latin America in a co-managed process, which I think was extremely successful. At the beginning, many of the countries in Latin America were told by some of their partners, do not join this. There will be consequences if you do. You shouldn't line up with the European Union and so on. But every few months, we now have 22 out of the 27 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean in this process with us, where we have co-managed workshops to discuss how we're going to take forward the challenges that Andrea talked about on e-governance, on AI governance, and so on. And I think this is really important in building the kind of links that we have that we can learn from. I think the biggest challenge geographically is going to be Africa. I think we have an EU-Africa summit coming next year, and I think from all the conversations that we've heard here, there's an enormous potential. There's a lot to fight for, but we see many of our partners in Africa who are just as concerned about the tech sovereignty that Thibault talked about as we are. They don't want to be monopolized by anybody, and if Europe is not present, they're very welcome. We heard earlier this morning the minister from Angola saying, "You're not present, please come, we want to work with you," and so on. So I think we have a big diplomatic agenda in terms of our partnerships in many places around the world to see how we can align this model with a lot of our partners.
Yeah, I think we are here in a consensus that Europe needs to move further from promoting these values that we are all standing for, and really have something practical to offer. And perhaps we will come back to this, but how do you see that from the UN side? Where does Europe situate, and how? And maybe you can give our gentlemen some hints also how to make that plan better.
I'm thinking more from a global citizen point of view myself, and also including my experience working in the private sector and in the investment sector. I think number one, Andrea said, what are the check and balance, and I see this is an era where we are balancing a lot of things, from collaboration to competition, from the efficiency gains to having a proper guardrail, from accelerating to results to checking if the process meets the compliance needs, right? But then everything is on steroids. The speed of it is a new challenge for governance and for diplomacy. I think if we look at AI, the speed of development, but also the decentralized nature. If we look at, for instance, the old challenges, such as nuclear power, it's not going to be something that you can make in your garage. But as we know, Facebook, Google, all these companies started in their garage. AI fall ahead all of a sudden. We don't know even who's working on it and what popped up. So the speed of it is the real challenge to governance. And I'd like to raise some interesting questions for everyone to think about, because the old governance structure of convening once a while and have a topic to the agenda, does that match the speed of technology development, number one? Does that match the nature of open source, as the panel members mentioned, and the power that, as you mentioned, that private sector and tech companies have? So there's the whole speed issue, there's the whole power shift issue, and then in between, there are a lot of questions about where the capital comes from. For instance, when you mentioned least developed countries and Africa, where are the capital is going, and where is the capital gain from meeting the society standards and also making profits? Another issue I find very interesting is trade-off, right? We're not looking at governance or whatever measures we put in without considering the trade-off. It's not going to be benefits in every case. There necessarily will be trade-offs. But different countries and different stakeholders view trade-offs in different ways. They are, countries may be more concerned with disinformation and mental health issues, versus they are countries or sectors more concerned about risks and risk and profitability. And then there are countries that are like, we don't even have the infrastructure and basic internet supplies, and we're still struggling with the poverty or fragile situation. We are willing to trade off much more to have the speed of technology that can benefit us. So in all these big chess games going on, how do we have more enablers that help everybody to meet their goal, number one. Number two, I also see the way that governance will look at now would not be just giving orders or instructions, but more like how do different sectors see we need each other in what way, rather than I demand you to do so and so. I think that way wouldn't work in today's technology world, but more like I'm private sector, but we need more guidelines and guidance on so and so. Or public sector would say we need more capital and foot soldiers and power to build infrastructure. Where are our interests aligned and values aligned? And how do international organizations facilitate this alignment? That would be the key. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. We will come back to these concrete examples of partnerships and working together with these 21 minutes that we have left. But you mentioned, of course, from, let's say, the global partnership perspective, the needs and the requirements and the support that the private sector has, which has been actually considered also one of these obstacles for Europe to scale its, let's say, offer and also increase its presence in our, let's say, in our global partner countries. And I don't want to get so stuck in one of these recent Politico articles, which I think touched a little surface on how the European sort of development funding actually is being implemented by companies from China or India, and in a way may actually not be in accordance with, let's say, with our policies and these values that we promote in these policies. But I have a question then to my European colleagues. What is missing in Europe for our companies to grow? I think it's maybe a little bit also, is it an internal market that we have not yet materialized? Is it something else? And what could be done there to make sure that European companies can present us more and win these tenders that they currently do not tend to win?
I can start maybe on this. I mean, clearly we are not where we should be as Europe in terms of digital technologies, digital markets. We estimate that we import almost 80% of our products and services in this sector. And over the past 10 years, actually, Europe has lost something like 10% market shares globally that went, in fact, to the United States. So it shows that the trend has not been very, very positive. And probably the first problem we've had is that our own companies are not actually digitalizing fast enough. You know, if you look at countries like, Germany or, large sectors like even automotive, chemicals, and, transport in general, there are lots of possibilities to use digital technologies that are still untapped. I mean, we have been now with 5G networks for 10 years, but 5G standalone is only in about 30% overall of the EU market. So it means that basically we are not using the technology that is available, and we really are missing in terms of the demand for this technology in established industries. The reason may be also the fault of some of the legislation that is not applied consistently across the EU. I mean, that's what people say about the GDPR. It's one regulation, but with something like 50 authorities making sure it is implemented. So we need to do better at simplification. We need to do better as having one rule for everyone so that really the demand of the single market is optimized. And I think that's one problem. The second one is also that we need to rock the boat. If you look at the US, I think the entrepreneurs are going against established players. In Europe, we tend to protect incumbents. And that's something maybe that also is something we need to attack. It's in our fabric. The national authorities sometimes are defending their national players instead of going for more consolidation. So I think that these two fronts is something that we want to go after in the European Commission. We will have proposals around AI in particular. So the AI and Cloud Act is something that will try to change this, to open markets. And I think through these opportunities, also with the new legislation we have, we hope that the, the incumbents, including the large US platforms, can find new challenges.
So, but David, you are also responsible for Global Gateway, which is this, let's say, European trademark, taking, let's say, Europe outside. So from your everyday work and experiences, is that something that you can share? Do you see some obstacles there that maybe are repeating for European companies or European players? And perhaps you have also some good examples of how things have actually worked, and maybe that could be replicated in the future.
Yeah. I think as a complement to what Thibault said, I think you also have to look in the new college. We will have a commissioner whose title is Commissioner not just for Financial Services, but for the Savings and Investment Union. And this is we tend to look at the regulatory issues, and we say the reason we don't have these companies is because the regulatory issues are too big and so on. But also, I think follow the money is a good example, and I don't know what the number is, but I think it's probably at least 300 billion euros of savings from Europeans in pension funds in banks are going into the American capital market every year, providing funding for US companies because of the lack of a functioning capital markets union in the European Union. So if you are a company in Europe and you want to scale up, regulation is one thing, but money is often another thing. And if money is easier to find somewhere else, you'll go where the money is. And if we don't have those type of opportunities in Europe, I think that's also one of the reasons. So I think we flagellate ourselves a lot and say GDPR is terrible and all the bureaucracy and so on, but I think we shouldn't neglect the fact that the lack of access to capital and the lack of these deep liquid capital markets is also a huge problem for European companies, not just in tech, but in other areas as well, I think. And I think a similar issue, Global Gateway, is also about investment. It's about trying to find a way of working together as Europe and channeling our investments towards our priorities. In the old days, development cooperation was basically inventing projects in the EU and developing this donor-beneficiary relationship. Now we're trying to move beyond that. We've realized that it didn't have the impact. We're behind on nearly all the sustainable development goals. So if we're behind on our own targets, we need to review what it is that we're doing. Our partners are asking us for more investment, so we need to find a way of mobilizing that investment. We're doing pretty well. We said 3 years ago we'd mobilize 300 billion during over the next 7 years. I think there was a report a couple of months ago where the Commission, we estimate there's about 179 billion of investments already been mobilized by what we call Team Europe. So not just the EU budget, but EIB, EBRD, and importantly, the development banks of the member states, because these are huge players. And what we're trying to do is to see how we can have a joined-up approach to investment by all of these Team Europe players in exactly the same way as we're doing internally to in our external markets. And I think we've learned a lot. We spent rather a long time, like we do in Brussels, figuring out who's in charge. All of that is all now fixed. We're making progress. A lot of these projects, of course, take a long time to come to fruition, but when we look at the numbers, I think the challenge in the next college will be to see how we can continue to make the best use of all of these different financing sources that we have. EBRD moving into sub-Saharan Africa, I think, will be really a big contribution as well. And we need to see how we can mobilize these investments behind the priorities, which I think are becoming clearer in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. When we look at the Global Digital Compact, we have a map there about how we need to work with our partners around the world on closing digital divides, on closing the investment gap, working on capacity development in AI, cybersecurity, and so on. So I think we know what we want to do, and we just need to, I think, as you say, execute faster.
Yeah, maybe I will let Andrea to comment and then also Ao to step in, because you are in charge for partnerships at UN and probably have also your view on the developments that have taken place. But maybe, Andrea, if you want to comment a bit.
I want to provoke a little bit my two friends here and then see whether I can make a good bridge to Ao. First of all, it's very important that we realize that tech diplomacy from the European perspective, and Thibaut and David know that very well, we discussed this in the past as well, is much more than the Brussels effect. And it's not just about issuing regulations and sort of imposing them to what we now call partner countries. It's not pretending that everyone takes on board the whole acquis, the digital acquis. And there's a lot that has to be done in cooperation mode. And here's a little bit of a problem, because the EU has been normally, traditionally, much better at shining from afar, like the nice little light on top of the hill, rather than dirtying its hands into actual cooperative settings. Also, the academic literature has been quite clear in that respect. So can the EU become a better partner? When you pursue global public goods today, you do this with multi-stakeholder partnerships. Sorry for the term that repeats. You also deal eminently with partnerships in the UN. And, but that is important. You have things that we call orchestration schemes, right? There are private sector, public sector, international governmental organizations, and civil society organizations jointly pursuing goals in an orchestrated way. And that is something, in my opinion, where the EU has to become a lot better going forward. If you look at Global Gateway, I think this reaches the peak. The past, and also I've been asked by DG INTPA, DG International Partnerships, a couple of years ago to come up with the master plan for digital connectivity in the Global Gateway. I think putting our hands in that problem, we saw, I think, some of the things that need to be solved faster now in the coming years. First, while the Foreign Affairs Council in the EU and the External Action Service have been clearly aiming at the Sustainable Development Goals as North Star of external action, in particular in international partnerships, the same thing doesn't happen in a Global Gateway very often and very consistently. There's very often a push for pursuing Europe's own interests as opposed to building the things that we should offer. That's the term, and I like it, in the sense of offering what in digital terms we call self-sovereign solutions to partner countries, where they can create and generate the value without having it captured by somebody else. That is more important than conquering market shares, and it's a key external dimension of the competitiveness sort of anxiety that we have today. It's very important that we do this, and we do this by developing the global offer and by offering this without necessarily, or really definitely and decisively departing from what in many parts of the world is still perceived as a neo-colonial approach, even in a digital infrastructure. For the Global Gateway, I think what is also important is two things, and then I stop. There's much more, but first, understanding what digital means in the Global Gateway is not just one pillar, but digital is also a layer that goes on top of every other infrastructure. And it's important, in particular, the data governance layer in the future global offer. It's also about digital energy, digital health, because this is what allows partner countries to retain the value that they generate and to develop technologies according to values that we all share. If we let other global powers or other investors, private in most cases, grab data and privately govern these solutions, I think the world will drift away from where we want it to go, more generally, including in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's one very important thing. The second, and I'll leave it there, but I think the Global Gateway has a very important pillar that, in my opinion, not only in my opinion, is completely underdeveloped, which is the research and education pillar. And this is exactly where I think we haven't achieved what David was evoking in his last comment, meaning the glue between what the EU does in terms of research and innovation and what it brings also to partner countries. The whole debate for the creation of a European Bank for Sustainable Development or Agency on Sustainable Development has been filled for now and temporarily by the creation of these regional hubs by the European Investment Bank around the world. I think this is an insufficient solution, and we need to find better solutions going forward, or at least use better the research and education pillar of the Global Gateway, because I think it's a little bit an orphan in that landscape of otherwise very important initiatives and Team Europe initiatives that should be executed better. Stop there.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrea. And before we move to our very final, let's say, part of our discussion, from the UN perspective, what do you see working? What do you see not working?
I want to go back to the original topic of technology diplomacy, right? So diplomacy is an old tool, I would say, that humans have been used since quite old time, call it diplomacy or not, as a means to an end. So what is the end? The end is joint prosperity and also maintaining peace among countries, so on and so forth. Now, when we add the new component, which is tech, to diplomacy, we added new tools and also addressing new challenges. So within that context, I want to touch on 3 components. One is the normative guidelines or patterns. Number 2, capital. Number 3, talents. Right? So if we look at the normative standards and guidelines and what's available, when we talk about, let's say, COVID, the recent lessons I learned from COVID was that even if you want the whole world to manage crisis in the same way, it's not going to happen, because different cultural contexts, different economic and regulation contexts would stipulate management into different ways. But what would be helpful is to see how different continents and countries manage and govern in different ways. So same apply to technology diplomacy. We see how the EU manages, and we see how Asia or different continents or the US manage it, and what are the things that each country or each sector can learn from that experience by looking at the pros and cons and what fit into their context. Those are very valuable lessons. Number 2, a lot of the panelists talk about capital. So capital has its own rule of working and flowing, while the public sector try to guide and direct where the capital is going. But we really need to look at how to guide the capital in the way that would benefit the social general good, but also let the capital flow and get its own gain so they can be sustainable, not just as one-off enforced investment, but in the way that it sees the benefits and it keeps flowing. The third component is about talents. I do see big shift in the whole talents landscape as to a lot of young or new talents in the technology sector can work remotely. A lot of them return to their home country and home continents after educated overseas or getting capital overseas to build in their country or their community where there's an urgent need for technology and digital infrastructure, bringing their education outside knowledge to where they started and build into that community, which is a very appreciable efforts. So I think the next step would to see how different sectors building an ecosystem that support such a social entrepreneurship, that meet people's ambition and their contribution and their a sense of citizenship or belongings to their community, versus also let them bring the global value, the standards and shared goals in their practice. So these are the key components I'm thinking about.
I think your first sort of element is actually a very good shift to our very final part of the discussion, that we don't have enough time, but we can, of course, continue it after. And this concerns actually these common principles that guide us in digital collaboration and technology governance largely. Is it AI that Andrea mentioned at the beginning, data governance, also internet governance. And we are in this a pivotal moment, I would say, as in September, during the Summit of the Future, the world agreed on the Global Digital Compact. It has been a long process. It's one of the many, but indeed we all agreed on these principles that are there, even though it is also clear, I believe, for us, basing on this, let's say, this process of 2 years, that the extent to which we agree to these principles across the world is very different. There are choices, as the tech envoy has referred to them, over human rights, over multi-stakeholderism. So I would say that different countries value these things differently. And maybe my final, perhaps, question to those who can answer is around the implementation of this Global Digital Compact. So in this moment, what practical implications can we take from the Global Digital Compact and its implementation, and how would we see this implementation mechanism that would add value to all of us? So please, whoever wants to take the floor first.
Maybe just quickly, I think you're right. It's not we agreed and then it's all executed. I think it's the beginning of a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think for us, one of the main takeaways from the process was that the European Union tried repeatedly to play a role as a bridge builder. So whenever there were problems, we could try to see how we could talk with the G77 partners, with our African partners, with our like-minded partners, and come up with constructive solutions. We want to continue doing that as we move ahead in the implementation. And obviously that means two things. It means the various set-piece events like the IGF, like the WSIS and so on, that we prepare all of those and we try to work with our partners on that, but also all of the other issues that are coming up in terms of the new AI dialogue, the AI panel and so on, that we work with all our partners to ensure that we can continue to defend the gains that were made in the Global Digital Compact and avoid pushback, because there will be pushback. There will be people, as you said, who say, well, I agreed, but in implementation, they'll roll it back and so on. So I think we have a very clear way ahead, but you're right, implementation will require as much clear management and a lot of diplomacy as we move towards the end.
Andrea, please.
I can be telegraphic on two things that, in my opinion, will be useful to speed up implementation in a rather innovative and bold way. The first, we need a way to pool data in support of the delivery of global public goods from the private sector, sharing data on a regular basis for climate, for all the other, for pandemic prevention, for all the other, and for disinformation and so on and so forth. The second element that, in my opinion, is important is that the EU puts forward something that it has done in the Digital Services Act, and in my opinion, it's a very important mechanism to unlock the future digital social contract, which is social technical artifacts such as AI systems and algorithms have to be made available to researchers for them to perform risk assessment and to observe how they are being governed. That is a single principle that, if unpacked and applied all across the board, can change the way technology is governed around the world.
Oh, would you like to add from your inside?
I think I'll use a concept from a communication theory called agenda setting, right? So anything now it's on the important agenda would start calling attention and getting resources into this field. So I would think that technology diplomacy and so on and so forth in those compact would gain more attention from think tanks, from different member states and from different sectors. So the fun just about to begin, and the beauty and the challenge is in the execution. And then I think the keys of the execution is to really think about where do we find the key components, who's going to contribute what, how do we align values and proposition, and how do we make it sustainable.
Thibaut, final word, and then I will wrap up.
Yes, very quickly. I think that broadly speaking, one can say that the Global Digital Compact is a big success, because we managed globally to agree that technology should be a force for good. And I think that was not a given. And I think we have also a conference around the corner in 2025 on the future of the internet, you know, the WSIS plus 20. And there I can tell you that, again, the EU will want to protect also the multi-stakeholder model and avoid that this becomes a state-centric, rhetoric where technology is used against the people. I mean, that's really something that we avoided at the UN, so let's continue on that track. But I think that now the challenge is really in executions. I would really join what the other panelists would do. We don't need new structures, we don't need new organizations. What we need is to work together, really, to deliver on the ground the benefits from the digital technologies.
Thank you all. Our time is over, has been for quite some time. I want to thank you. I believe we can end in a rather positive note. We have all come to an agreement that we want technology to work for good. And as we have also heard, Europe has strong plans to execute these values that we are standing for. So I would look forward for the next step, and I would like to applaud to our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nele.
Oh,
We leave.
question is whether we take a photo. I'd say we take a photo, if there is a photographer.
Or selfie.
Yeah, I don't see, but... Okay.
Yep. So we just hit the stage.
That's good.
Perfect.
Thank you. Not to kick you off or anything, just to assure you that you will have photos. Thank you so much. I think really you ended on a positive note, and I really liked your highlight of saying that if Europe really wants to make sure that we share common values, we actually also need to be present. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. We are coming to an end of Tallinn Digital Summit 2024. And I would like to make a set of conclusions from the 2 days. I've divided them to 4 main topics, and then we will hear what were the 2 days' main highlights that we heard yesterday and today. So our Prime Minister opened the summit with a powerful message saying that in the digital domain, there is a clear battle between autocracy and democracy. It was highlighted today that the sides are free to be chosen for both government and for companies. So make sure, each and every one of you, that you are on the right side of the history. And as was mentioned in the last panel, please be present. To build resilient partnerships, we need to pursue digital solidarity, sharing information, supporting one another with digital tools, and standing together in times of need. As it was reminded to us, freedom is not free. Next point was on resilient technologies. This summit has shown us that while technology continues to evolve, so do the challenges. René Sommer from Ericsson offered a staggering insight, saying that today more people have mobile phones than they own toothbrushes globally. Meanwhile, those technological means, including mobile phones, face immense threats. What Microsoft CTO highlighted was that there are 600 million cyber attacks that occur every day. But when we act together, we can make a difference. We cannot only allow innovation to happen on the offender side, we need to leverage tech better than we have before, was highlighted in the first keynote speech by Sandra Joyce from Google. In 4 to 6 weeks, everything we do is being copied by the Russians, so we cannot afford a 6-month procurement process for emerging tech, said Cecilia Boneveltal from Digital Europe. Ukrainians can't afford that, but neither can we. Yesterday, it was said that while autocracies work alone, democracies work together. This idea resonates deeply. Defense must grow faster. European nations are spending less on defense than they did in 2021, and this was before the Russian war on Ukraine. Kusti Salm, the CEO of Frankenberg, said that we cannot be apologetic about investing to defense. We need aggregated demand in Europe. Without this, we cannot build peak defense tech. No unicorns. We might raise a few rounds, but nothing beyond that. Technology itself cannot help us in our mutual endeavors. It is a tool, it is means to an end, as was highlighted in the last panel. And that end, our shared goal, is also the topic of this year's Tallinn Digital Summit, securing a digital tomorrow. To achieve this, partnerships are essential between countries, industries, and people. Lastly, internet freedom. We must confront uncomfortable truths. A free and open internet, the cornerstone of our digital future, is far from guaranteed. For 14 consecutive years, internet freedom has been in decline. According to Freedom of the Net 2024, of the 72 countries they totally assessed, the internet is fully free only in 19. Far too often, autocratic regimes manipulate access to the internet and democratic processes to hold on to power. We must invest in the future by bridging skills gaps and fostering inclusion so people realize what they see on the internet is not always true. All in all, public-private partnerships are crucial. As Estonia's Minister of Justice, Mrs. Liisa-Ly Pakosta, reminded us, Estonia's digital success is not the success story of a public sector, it's the success story of a private sector. In the words of Minister Tsahkna, never alone again. Let this be our guiding principle as we move forward. Let us ensure that our shared story becomes a global success story for democracy and for a secure digital future. This marks the conclusion of this year's Tallinn Digital Summit, our 7th edition. It has been my absolute honor to be your master of ceremonies for the past 2 days, and I really hope to see you back for the 8th version. And for now, let me invite to the stage the head of the program for this year's Tallinn Digital Summit, Sten Kristen-Saluveer.
Thank you, Sandra. So what a digital summit this has been. I counted some numbers, 148 speakers, 900 guests, 4 stages, 100 bilateral meetings that we know, and of course, uncountable many meetings and interactions throughout these 48 extraordinary hours. I really want to say a heartfelt thank you for all of those unaccountable and wonderful discussions and interactions between our speakers, our partners, and of course, you, the audience. And I couldn't say more thanks to our brilliant and sparkling, pun intended, Master of Ceremonies, Sandra Saraf.
Aww. Thank you so much. Let's hug. Thank you.
So yesterday morning, for those of you who were here, we started with a very powerful poem, a song poem by Veljo Tormis, the revered Estonian composer and poet Paul-Eerik Rummo. And remember what they said. We are holding together as a cautious swarm of bees. We are holding together as we are going through the sea. And as we are going through the sea, heaving against us vicious, and we're going through the sea, and we all need support, and we all need for support and the shoulders of one another. We need the pure shoulders of one another. As our host, the Prime Minister of Estonia said yesterday, snow is cold, but our hearts are warm. Here at TDS as well. Onwards and to our secure digital future. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.